just hit different. Um, so we got more art history homework. We'll try to get done. It's probably gonna be like a lot of what this weekend's gonna be. It's just art history homework. Right now, obviously, we're into some pretty deep stuff. I've had some time to reflect on even clipping stuff. If I want to clip something though, that's bullshit. Anyways, I have time to think over about like what was said with the second article too, because I think it kind of like it does bring up some good points with like how this is what we sell for a much wider connected world. It's kind of like things are. There's like a reference to Blue quote. Something about like things going faster than we can even understand, something like that. I think things have kind of progressed so fast. Like it's kind of like hard to control these. Uh, how much information's out there, for example, on a topic, and like, of course, obviously, what was discussed in the first article. There's also an aspect of consolidation that didn't help. Like or at least where in some regards, where in the second article is said it did help us at least have a narrower view of range on issues by having a government and I guess also the news organizations and then also other social structures and then the commerce. It also affects our society. It narrows down the view on such a vast scale of a wide range of environments and issues and nuances and complexities, right? It helps by having a government that has the resources to sift through all of that. They can help inform the public. That's what the second article was saying. And this is a necessary compromise, even though this also does lead to propaganda being a tool that is being used. I guess and like what the second article was saying is that it's dumb to think that if that if the if the possibility of manipulating the public mind, here was I think it's like literally like is it like literally like right here? To deplore the existence of such a mechanism is to ask for a society such as never was and never to be that exists, but expect that it shall not be used is unreasonable. And that was to this available prohibition of societal. Can we say that too? Yeah, it must be remembered that these dozens of groups are interlaced. John Jones, besides being a Unitarian, is a member of the church, fraternal club, political party, trade organization, professional sorry, this is like really took a lot to wrap my head around. I'm not, I'm trying to say it out loud to like have myself, understand it better as well. I mean, and this, I have open discussion about it. See what might also say to it. Here we go. I think this available. It's a little. What's happened is that some of the text got garbled up. This mass available something structure of groupings and associations is the mechanism by which democracy is organized, its groups' minds, is simplified its mass thinking. We deplore the existence of such a mechanism as to ask for society such as never was, never will be to admit that exists, but expects it shall not be used, is unreasonable. Uh, Ever on the watch for re-occasions of public opinion, always hesitating to force people, a Rome which defies calculation. Did you know, he said in those days, what makes me more is what else the impotence of force to organize anything is the purpose of this book to explain the structures of the mechanism which control the public mind and tell how it's manipulated by special leaders who seek to create public acceptance of a particular idea and commodity. This attempt at the same time will find a due place in the modern democratic scheme for this new propaganda and suggest a gradually evolving code of ethics and practices. That's, obviously like a lot to like digest and understand, but this is, that's what I was saying. It obviously we have these groupies and we have this organization and we have these. I think it's called the Invisible Government, right? In this reading, but the Invisible Government has superset a narrow set of ideas, because if you can go in depth to any subject to like try to find a true answer, you're ultimately going to be found with no answer, because it's just so complex and in depth. It's kind of hard to draw like a. You need to like examine it from a. See, I don't even know what I'm saying, but oh god, do we just have to listen to it again? It's not good. Obviously, I'm not exactly trying to. So I'm trying to read more of this. I'm not trying to exactly be like, oh, well, this Invisible Government's actually a good thing. I'm not trying to be like that. It's moreover, it's like with how our society has developed, it's kind of like it was said in this to be like a compromise, right? For the populace to have a better understanding of complexities, of complex, nuanced problems that to be well informed on is almost impossible. To be completely informed, let's say, maybe not even just like well informed, to be completely informed on in every nuance and aspect, and there's stuff we don't even understand. Like we don't fully understand like the free market, right? We just or how economics works, or like there's like no equation, right? We just see patterns. So it's that's another example of like never truly being able to like definitively come to a conclusion, right? So it's good that we have like to an extent like at least something that narrows it down, especially in our world today that's ever more growing more complex with like issues like misinformation and the internet in general, how much information just spread and how much more connected we are as society becoming, how what feats we're accomplishing with like phones and where things are going right now into the future, right? Things are really are developing complexly, and it's almost impossible to like really understand. Like it's moving faster than what we can understand, and this has been going on for a while, right? Like, for example, was also another thing that's been going on for a while that's like so complex and hard to even fathom. It was rise of mass suggestion through propaganda. Uh, and mass media in general. Well, propaganda uses media. That's just what I'm trying to say there. And yeah, like they were even saying, like in the 1920s and like the 1930s, that this is like the most like people have ever been influenced, and they were like, this could be, it's gonna, this mass suggestion is gonna allow the public not to be as informed. It's gonna make the public. I'm not gonna say it loud. That's not the right wording. I got myself for a second. Concentrate. The music's too epic. But yeah, like these, the public cannot be as well informed because it was experiencing such mass suggestion that it's never experienced before, and there was really no easy solution to it, with how uh, vastly expanded communication had gotten, how much more connected we got so quickly, right? It was kind of hard. That's another hard thing to fathom. And we're still seeing the effects of it today. I'm not exactly. I'm saying we need a way. For our democracy to work, the public needs to be well informed. Obviously, there's a lot of misinformation going on right now, even with government, business, you know, as well as mass suggestion through trying to rally behind something that sometimes doesn't even really matter in the whole scheme of things. Like a good example, I guess. I'm trying to think of example for business, like example for government. Example for business using like mass suggestion would be like them Exxon being like, oh hey, we need to, as you the individual, need to focus on reducing your carbon footprint, while they still like did so much more damage than that they could prevent than what we could prevent from the small individual scale, right? Which is bullshit. Yeah, like, oh yeah, we care. You see, we're telling you to reduce your carbon footprint. We're promoting that. We're making commercials for it, while we still, create like 25% of the percent of pollution. And I might be off on that. I think it on CO2 emissions, what I mean by pollution, by the way. Let me be specific. I think they make like 25%. No, maybe not Exxon, but like the gas industry in general. Doesn't or is that coal maybe? Either way, they make like 20 to 30% like of CO2 emissions through the business that they do. And like, look, I'm like, there are other ways you can, if you really want to be like, oh, pro-capitalist, respond to the free market, or respond to market causes and stuff. Like, let's say like, for one, I think government regulation is just obstacles markets have to face in the free market. I don't think those exactly would impede this free market idea. Though I guess if you want a true free market, again, it's all in a perfect world on paper, right? I don't know. It's hard to defend, so I'm having trouble finding defending it. But like, if you want to be like all like business responding to obstacles and that just affect economics, that affect their business, responding to obstacles in their market. Let's say it like that. Then how about they just change their products up a little bit? They can still do they could focus on the electric car grid. They could have been doing this. but then instead they lobby as well to for their own personal interests, and that ultimately uh, cause more climate change and global warming, more CO2 emissions that we are trying to prevent. And Kyrgyz made a video on a couple weeks ago. It's gonna have to be a huge systemic change for us to really stop global warming. We can't do it ourselves as individuals. We need to. What we can do is, uh, make political commentary, vote for people who will make these systemic changes, protest for these systemic changes. But that's ultimately what we're going to need to do to stop global warming. And we're seeing the effects, and we're paying for it as well. Uh, right? We're seeing the effects of like global warming and our lack of response to the problem that we were causing. Um, we are seeing forest fires. We are seeing so many more hurricanes in the last 5 years, and then a really good example is with Florida, and I'm pretty sure they're because of rising sea levels, they had to spend a lot of money. I don't remember the exact amount, but I think it was $50 billion or something like that on this pump system to keep the Miami area. It might not be Miami, but it's definitely Florida. To keep it from flooding, but the solution's only expected to work for 50 years, if that. This is hurting the taxpayer. This is the most conservative argument you can go out there for. Is man, we are spending a lot. Climate change is ultimately now hurting the average person, the taxpayer. And I know you like using the taxpayer because it's it has a weird history with also austerity and stuff, right? But let's just say this taxpayer in general, as in the citizen, it hurts every citizen. It hurts everyone in the United States that is paying taxes. The conservatives love the fact that you need to be paying taxes to be a citizen or to be an American or whatever. We are paying for that, and we could stop this if we just made big systemic changes. And again, Exxon could move to other avenues, right? They can transition. It's not like they have to go out of business, but they refuse to, and instead are using masses using media. Let's just say media, because commercials, ads, advertisements, lobbying. There's a bunch of different ways they are doing it, but I guess the media, lobbying wouldn't fall in the media, but they are. At least going back to mass suggestion, they're using those avenues to instead try to fight for you the individual can do it and need to do it, while not following through on stopping climate change themselves, still trying to keep what they're doing that's ultimately causing the problem going, and then also lobbying as well to politicians so that way they don't have to face these kinds of systemic changes. And the worst part is that because of this mass suggestion, there's a good amount of the population in America that believe global warming is a hoax, that it's ultimately going to hurt big business, which for some reason it's going to hurt them, which it wouldn't. But this is the power of mass suggestion, and it's actually causing major damage. And so it's we do need to have some kind of way to some way to control the mechanism, so that way it can't be manipulated, or I guess the mechanism's always already there, but I guess not to be used. Because again, it's not exactly bad to advertise, but when you're using uh, manipulative techniques to like work on to like kind of like twiddle with the human psyche a little to make them more likely to go on your side when it might not actually be like that's when they're doing it only for irrational purposes instead of being logical and rational with it. Again, global warming. People who for some reason think global warming is a hoax. I think that's all very irrational. I think it's also stupid. That's a political issue. So yeah, we do need to have like it. Maybe it's not the worst thing that all these like organizations have, kind of, especially with our ever more connected world. There are some central organizations that can give us information and a more narrow view of like situations and how to respond to them and think about them. But there's no I think the right word for it. There's no accountability of governments, businesses, etc. For them being able to display this window of information, a more narrow view, a more focused view, let's even say. Sorry, I lost my place for a second. There's more narrow view with. God damn it. There's no accountability over how the invisible government, as it said in democratic society, uses this window to present information to us that is needed, and thus, because there's no accountability, they can cause mass suggestion and manipulation to have us think irrational, to not have a well-informed public, which is the linchpin of democracy. Anyways, I've been like rambling a lot about this, and it's become unfocused. Hi, Maya. So I wanted to like kind of sit back and kind of just consolidate, because like I don't know what I'm talking about at the end of the day. I'm just kind of like responding to the readings, but I think that that's the best way of kind of like summarizing the ramblings of a madman. Even that was kind of rough, but I think it was better. So, anyways, let's play some like Minecraft. Let's just play some Minecraft. Hey. Okay. How are you, Maya? Also, I was going to get a YouTube video going. Where are you?
Some decent runs. No, you want the mount armor to pop later. We're forced to roll for a better situation here. 5, 1, 3, 5, 2. You would sell a bird to roll a poodle.
I know. I actually just got on, but I've been just like on the title screen for like a half an hour.
This is
about,
a huge pivot for us, by the way. So this represents a big change.
I'm also trying
Obviously,
to,
garlic on the bird is no longer
kill.
They can't take away the ones we've already gotten. Your bison is going to be.
Well, I actually just got back on. I've been taking a break.
This is a win. I mean, most people are not going to be equipped to handle the micro build early here. This is a pretty early pivot for it.
Where am I?
And we're hoping to roll into a level 2 turtle would be a big difference. Rhino behind a turtle in this situation is really appealing to me.
fuck am I? Am I going back down where I was?
Especially when you consider all the weakness. I think we can sell our bird. I know it's a level 3. The garlic armor's irrelevant.
Okay,
But I'm telling you, this build
Yeah, fuck this,
is
bitch.
gonna slap.
Out.
No reason to buy garlics.
That's so loud too. I'm out.
Apples are. I mean, I guess you just apple you.
Wait, I need to go that way. I know you're down there, but like I don't. I just. Oh wait. Is that where you're at?
You could roll
Look
a
for this
B.
hole.
No, because it's gonna get overridden anyway. I always. I'm out thinking myself. We can roll a quick salad. Let's go. Lucky little force multiplier there. Feel like you might as well freeze. Might as well unfreeze this. I don't know how long I've had that active, but so the hope is, I mean, another level turtle is sick, but the hope is also that this rhino basically goes infinite once everybody gets weakness applied. I'm a little worried about the effects of this so-called chili pepper. Oh, never mind. No, you.
Hi there.
To me, what I was trying to do to you.
There's a couple of you down here, right?
Okay, well, then, you know what? You gotta say first play on Valentino, well done. Your rhino beats my rhino. Checkmate.
I got 3 of you now!
Bro, you gotta give me this turtle.
Wait. I thought I saw another one of you.
I think maybe you start to think about selling your seal. It has done good buffing itself. It's an investment.
There.
That we have some space to work.
Cutie, I'm gonna keep you for a stew later.
Freeze me just in case, but I'm fishing for this freaking turtle, man.
There's no, it's just one. I think that's why I thought I saw 2. This back
buffed,
looks like this is the
Get
second one.
sold, get bought. This rhino, I'm telling you, it has infinite power. The infinity stone within it. Level 1 turtle. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I'm being way too far
I
off
see the
now. I need to
problem.
go back.
Your bat becomes
We need to
useless.
go back.
thankfully.
This isn't right.
We're gonna remove your melon armor. Then we're gonna live. And
Like,
we're gonna hit you.
I don't know what these guys
It's
are.
not gonna
now.
kill
Here.
you. Then you're gonna kill me. Oh, you piece. You live by 1. I mean, you live by 1 unit, but it's also 1 HP. Okay,
Oh!
so we're down to our last life here. I mean, we really need this.
I'm
next
out. Outie. This is dangerous. I don't want to fall in lava.
If we get 1 turtle or a chocolate bar, it changes everything for us. We don't need a dragon. This is also going to get sold. And you're probably taking some armor here. Is there anything... Like, I know, like, 1-up is, it gets overridden on everybody but the microbe. There's not much reason to have it on the microbe.
I have stuff still.
Out of the office. Ooh, okay.
Fuck. I gotta go back down there. Oh, what the fuck?
Buy me? Sell me?
Creeper using a ladder?
Freeze me? I know you're gonna be like, what are you doing? Well, this is a roll, actually. Roll me once. We'll roll a leopard here. And it's the leopard is just to exist. Or maybe a mammoth. But we need the mammoth more at the front. That's not really a good play. The leopard's kind of stinky, though. We'll give it a try. I mean, I don't think it's stinky overall. I think it's stinky.
Go back down there. Where
This
it's
level
loud.
two turtle,
Turning
though,
off
I completely
the sound.
believe
We're
in
turning
it.
away
The
from
rhino
sound.
is like the biggest trap in the game, man. It gets
That's
me
fucking
every time.
annoying. It's
Level
it's
3
the raid.
caterpillar. It's only going to become a 19.
It's bad.
Though.
It's
That's
bad.
Not that spooky.
That's why I came like up here because I couldn't concentrate.
Weakness overrides your garlic armor. That's fantastic. It's a nice little smack there. What the heck? You got a microbe too?
It's gonna stop soon. Ish. It takes like
Where
an
did
hour.
that come from? No, 2? Bruh.
It's like a raid, and like the raid has like a time
Well,
limit on it.
What was that? 5?
So,
Dude,
hopefully
we
we'll be
can't get
done.
over the 5 hump lately. I'm running one more back.
Okay,
You can't stop me.
beetroot's
It's my
actually
day off.
terrible. It only like gives you like
This is
a
a
half
squad.
of.
This is
It
a
only gives you
squad.
half of hunger bar.
I
don't
want
know
to
what
keep
they
that
call it.
pepper frozen. Squeaky. Nefarious
Let that be.
Craters. What an excellent band name. Hello, my son. You okay? This is an interesting... everything about this looks like a draw to me, but I very famously have no idea what I'm talking about, so... I'm pretty sure this is a draw. No sweat.
I'm gonna need some of this raw flesh later.
I think you can buy me, sell me. That's the dream set.
Oh, 63.
Roll me because I don't love those units.
Oh,
You're
that's
going to
more here.
combine me next turn. You're going to roll a fish at the back. You're going to roll me one more time. Honestly, Bird was okay for us last time.
Yeah, ignore this.
Pardon me, but the stats on the Beetle are really good. Like a 2-3
Whatever it is.
tends
Get
to
rid of these. I don't
hit
want
above
them.
its,
Get them out of my
its weight
face.
class.
I
And
don't,
we got a few of them. Oh no.
don't care. I
You
just
see
want my
his
inventory
hand?
cleared.
It's a fedora with safari flaps at the back.
Just
This
gonna
looks
stay
like a
back and go
guaranteed
here.
statistical draw to me. Oh well, I had one more HP, so I'll take the win there, if that doesn't bother
Oh man, but Phil J is still here. I thought you were dead.
Ka-dunk. Then this is your easy
Awesome.
mode play. You know, we get a 4-5, which I
Tells
have
me my death would be
absolutely
greatly exaggerated.
no problem with. We stack you up at the front here. I like this.
Tough
freeze
can
me,
go
roll
in
me.
here, right? We don't use tough.
Peacock.
We don't get a lot of tough
Salt
anyways.
peanut.
I can go with my main inventory. Oh my fucking god! Shut
Tell
the
me.
hell up.
Knowing that we're gonna pill you later, then
Everything
you're
else kinda
actually
goes
gonna take
upstairs,
this spot
right?
up here.
Good.
You're gonna take this spot behind the ants. We're gonna freeze you. We're gonna freeze you.
All right, I'll be
Keep
back.
that flamingo out here. 610 peacock early
You stay
is
safe.
gonna ruin a lot of
donkey.
people's days. This makes me a bad man. We throw in a little extra garlic on top. The little Hello, buddy.
I don't want to play with you
My
anymore,
sweet
Raid.
boy. So we're killing everybody but the fish. The fish has 3 HP. This is not bad. I'm not saying this is a 10 spot, but we're on some good momentum to possibly get
There we go.
to get over the 5
Oh,
hump.
Michael Scott,
Hopefully,
hardcore.
maybe I should not kill my chickens before they hatch. Pig's gonna stick. Well, you know what? Pig and chick are gonna stick around. The pig benefits most from the stats right now, so let's do it like that.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, we do need
Look at
to.
this mad psychological
We need to
damage.
fill a squad. This will take us to 9, right? That means we could. Oh, but we can't roll. Means we could buy, roll, and then we have space to put something else in here.
That needs to be like flat here with like the river. So we're gonna tear down like all
I
this
don't
area.
know, man. I don't know what I'm thinking really. Should give me one of those. What is it,
I
my
want to
man?
continue tearing this down all the way to like the main floor. I think that's what we need to do.
Freeze me.
To like
And by freeze me, I
to
mean
reach
leave.
the same height as
You
this
want to
river.
show up on camera?
We need to be at river level.
Sticky eyes? Apparently not. That's okay. Hey, level 1 bat. Didn't hit my peacock. That's all I could ask.
Oh wait, I need to put some of this.
10,
Hey, I'll do
13.
it later.
We live.
No, I'll do it now.
That's
Better than
beautiful.
that.
I don't see us winning this though. The fish is too strong. That's a level 3 fish. That's
Yeah, but not, dude.
that's
We actually kind of
nice.
come along here recently.
That's a good team.
Like we've been doing like a lot of
Honestly, we
damage.
just ran into a great gamer. I can't be mad. Now,
Oh,
this is a
back.
combine
Oh, Jesus, so good.
and the buy. And then I think it's honestly like a buy, but we can roll one more time just
Buy.
to see where we stand. And I definitely think you can dump this
You
to
put
get a little
this
slice of
in
that.
Storage, just we're not gonna have a place for it. If I can get more of this
Should
until
freeze
later.
you just in case again. We want some garlic on our peacock next time.
Anything else?
Phrasing.
Yeah,
but
no, restless can kind of stay.
you know what?
Oh wait, the emeralds can go. That's a good one.
We really want to draw at a minimum here. I don't mind seeing a level 2 dromedary. That's like
This
it,
can
the
go-
meta situation is bad for us. The real situation is totally fine. Peacock, you're doing lovely work. This is kind of what we're rooting for. Now, we don't want to
Can I still
invest
do
too
this?
heavily in the Peacock
No,
because we're
good,
probably
thank
going to
God.
pivot off of it later. Unless maybe we get like a kangaroo or something, but hasn't happened yet. Puppy's not the right time. It's
You know what? I'm
not,
just gonna put some of this.
it's
I'll just
not
follow this
that
way real
late,
quick.
but it might be a little too late. I think this is a
Oh
seven.
wow, I'm running out of space.
Freeze. Roll. Buy freeze situation. Freeze me, roll me, save me. This is mighty nice. This boy is so clean. Okay, level 1 bat. Don't hit my
Concentrating.
peacock. That's all I ask. Lucky.
This is not
Big
too
place.
late.
Oh, these are big plays.
Brandon.
These are some of the biggest plays you're gonna see. Oh, hello, Tomo. Would you like to? Oh, it's all coming down, man. Hey, buddy. You'll see a tail. There you go. Hey, what are you doing up there? Great job,
Alright.
Peacock. I assume.
Now I have officially cleared that inventory. Let's
Donkey.
do the most
Oh, this is
boring
huge,
shit you
man.
can in Minecraft.
Huge. Friend bot
For,
gain
you know,
1 gold.
It's,
Hold
it's
on, we know
therapeutic.
you're getting sold.
Doing causing mass ecological
Very
damage.
nice. I guess we can roll this for now. There's a gold. Dude, an eagle is kind of sick, but what do you get rid of to make your eagle work? You pilled the flamingo. That's what you do.
Where am I putting this? Where am I putting this? I don't know.
And I guess you roll like an eagle at the front for the time being. Get a gold back. Roll me.
Sure.
Freeze me. Freeze me? We're in what I would describe as a delicate position because I have a squad that does well right now. I don't want to pivot off of this
I'm
squad.
gonna need more food.
But if I don't pivot off of this squad, we will likely lose over time. This is unfortunate. My God, we lived. That garlic armor did insane work there. So like we're gonna need to invest in making this better somehow. But it's hard to see what you get rid of first to make it happen, right? I mean, I guess you buy another goat. If we could get to the point. Why not? Where a goat is giving you 2 gold for every friend that you buy, then you could start to think about, you know, running like a dragon chicken build. Can I tell you, I do not mind going up against a team that has a snail. That strikes me as a team that's, you know, in economic despair right now, and that bodes well for my chances. So I think this is a little bit of a luck of the draw. By the way,
Let's not talk about like
Bedford
politics
Housewives,
stuff that
I've
can
been
only make
there.
like remark on.
I've
like,
been down there.
like one
Running
sentence.
a
I was gonna
snail
say
at
there's
the
like
front
a
'cause you got
like
nothing else to
fuel
fit
shortage going
there.
on around the world.
There, but for the grace of
So,
God
you know,
go
that
I.
probably explains why your gas prices are up.
We have another can. A rhino's always interesting. I think we're gonna do a can investment.
I sort of just want to talk about politics in general. I'm
just gonna,
exhausted.
I'm gonna go.
And I gotta
low,
do some
man.
more art history homework. What's like something more
Freeze me.
relevant?
It's a 9-9, man. That's,
So, like,
that's
top
crazy.
media.
You could probably talk about throwing a turtle in that front position, but I mean the turtle does it really is a good bat counter. I would
Yes,
specifically.
yeah, there you go. Dave Chappelle got
I
canceled,
consider
like, right?
bats like dangerous enough to warrant that. Now this is a scary team. The uncertain
Actually-
pieces. You piece.
Oh,
Garlic
I mean,
armor
like,
is not doing much.
I
you just
you know,
we're running. This is a guy
It
who's well on
ain't
his
gonna
way,
look
or a person
to
who's well on their way to like
be-
8 or 9 wins. I'll settle for being fodder there. The only thing that annoys me is
know,
that they
playing-
don't know.
like,
Like this is the meme of the guy at the party. They don't know that I'm not bad. They don't know because
Tell me
their
the right
team's
word,
so
like,
good.
putting,
They
like,
don't know that I'm also good. So Peacock.
It doesn't help pitting. That's the word. Pitting two different marginalized groups against each other. Yeah, this just wasn't a good look. But I mean, that's some paints he's had for like a while now, right? Again, it's not much to say about it. I mean, I don't know. Here's something interesting to talk about.
The goat makes a little bit more sense. Because I thought it would work. I thought it would double the amount of gold we got. It just allows us to do it more often. I still think we kind of gotta try. I guess I'll run you pretty close to the front. Might as well give you some garlic. And we're gonna start to. We're probably gonna sell our swan, is my guess. I know that seems busted, but something's got to give. Maybe we could sell the chick, but it's a tight sell. Let's put it that way. Big plays. The plays remain large. I think we lose, believe it or not, just because the gorilla gets that coconut shield. It shoots in spurts, and if it hits, it's gonna hurt. By the way. So we're on our last life. That's bad.
I love that. Troll Hammers are really good. There you go. That's something to talk about. And he's gonna make some good stuff on the road lately. I know he's like doing like a road trip thing.
We're gonna get stuck.
He does a bunch of animations as well.
At this 5.
I'm not sure like how it's done, but
for
it's like
now,
some kind of like rigging.
I know we gotta
with
go,
like
but freeze it for a second because we're trying to see if we got any tier 1s.
It's like some kind of rigging with like real people and using like I'm guessing like Illustrator or Photoshop or something, like drawn figures that, and then there must be like some program that he has and he can some software that he uses to
buddy.
Some kind of software to like rig his his face and stuff over it, but it's really good. And then recently came out with like the Donkey Kong rap reaction from Diddy Kong. That was great.
Hey. Hey. Buddy. I know.
Anyways, food. Oh, I know. Let me make some food, and then I need to. Need to go to the spawn. Oh god, here we go again. Where are you? There you are! You little bitch! I know, I'm starving. I know. Okay, fine. Oh, wait, hold up. I don't mean to do that. A single piece of bread? She'll serve me fine. Oh, you need this one single piece of wheat for the gruel? Not anymore. You don't need a potato either. What do you have? Okay, that's it. What the fuck you? I hate this auto aim bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck. forever. I gotta get these ores at some point, but like, that's a later problem. I'll do it later. No, I'm just gonna take these. I'll be back later. Anyways, get back to work. And by that I mean go to sleep because there's mobs out and it's scary. Let's go back to
Buy it.
watching our line be
Sell
bad
it.
at auto
7 gold.
pet
Roll me again.
battler.
Tier 1s. This is important. You buy it. You get a beautiful buff. You get some gold in return. You sell it. Now I'm like, I want to buy this guy. We're at 4 gold. Roll, freeze me. Should have probably bought that first. We can roll 1 time. Freeze me.
I'm gonna eat this raw flesh.
Look.
I'm gonna do it.
I do believe in our scaling. I think we might have found ourselves in winner's bracket though a little too early. I don't know, man. It's a level 3. It's gonna become a 39-32. It's dangerous, dude. Even like Peacock is not doing well with that armor anymore. This is a loss. I can't believe it. We're stuck yet again at 5 wins. It's slightly above average, but hey, thanks for watching. We'll try to get back to some greatness next time. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, click the like button. It's a great deal. Of course, subscribe if you want to see more in the future. Thanks so much, and I'll see you next time. See ya!
What are we gonna watch next? I can't watch that. I get copyright strikes probably, but Tyler Creator, a lot of the police looked fun. I was watching some performance. He's a good performer. He's really good. Sure.
No, hit it.
I gotta run that again because I was peeing. I have no idea what happened.
You guys are being so aggressive about this. I've asked you to stop using that. They're not allowed.
Don't forget to celebrate Columbus Day by pissing on this like this.
You're making my life difficult. Everybody.
He's complaining about leaf blowers being loud, and like low-key, he's kind of right. They are loud, but like, why are you yelling at these dudes? You know?
Everybody that lives on this block, we can't have our windows open. Just because this house wants some leaves removed doesn't mean that you guys get to break city ordinance.
Wait, what?
I don't care. All right. All right.
I'm not him, and I'm not the one in charge.
Who's in charge then? Dude, are you gonna get in my face? All right, I'll leave. I'll leave. I'll leave.
What's up, bro?
Hey, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave.
What's up, bro? What you
Yo,
gonna do?
I'm leaving, man. I'm getting out of your face. I will.
I'm not the one, bro.
All right. All right.
Love you a damn.
Damn.
All right.
I appreciate you, man.
All right.
We're working hard, bro.
All right.
For you to come with us, bro.
All right. All right. I'm getting out. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here, man.
Bro, this is fucking hilarious, dude. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. I love the conciliatory tone in the end where he's like, I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, that's what that was great too.
At the end, he's like, I won't beat your ass now. I appreciate you, bro.
I'm getting out of here.
Hey, it's just show respect. You know, I actually understand that.
Why would he post this? Yeah, I don't understand. Like,
Yeah.
dudes really do be posting their L's a lot, though. Like, I just don't know why. It's like, I feel like it's something that you would want to hide. This IG comment has me deceased. In today's episode of When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong, Ken was enjoying his daily latte, checking his stock portfolio in his quiet suburban neighborhood when his peaceful tranquility was abruptly interrupted by the sounds of a leaf blower. Knowing that his neighbor Winthrop would never do manual labor on his own, Ken thought to himself this would be the perfect opportunity to confront and harass some hardworking Hispanics. With the courage he had accumulated from nightly viewings of Fox News, Ken slipped on his boat shoes, grabbed his iPhone, and proceeded outside to Winthrop. Leaf blowers are fucking loud as shit. They suck, but what are you gonna do?
That's so
I don't know.
funny.
I always like, I don't hear it. I don't know why. Ultimately, it's just something you have to deal with. Like, it
Yeah, I
just
mean, like,
sucks,
it's
but
just-
I
yeah.
worked as a landscaper for a year, and leaf blowers were never.
Or at least get mad at your, like, neighbor, like, hey, so anybody
It's
just,
hilarious.
like,
Someone confronts someone else, and they immediately threaten.
For
to
one, it shouldn't be a big deal anyways. Like, the only way I could see if it's a big deal is if you do it, like, super early in the morning, like, which usually just searchers probably want to do anyways, but, like, you know, like 6 a.m. or whatever. And then I could be like, yeah, it's too early. But, like, even if that happens, you confront the neighbor, not the fucking people doing their fucking job. Just, like, give them a fucking break. Like, yeah, why would you post it? It just makes no sense, man. Ugh. Like, you know, suddenly the worker's the asshole.
Beat his ass and we all laugh. I mean, it's pretty funny. Yes, but why did he begin to undress? To fight, motherfucker. That's why.
Yeah, dude,
Taking
he's
your shirt
straight
off
to
fight
square up.
is like the fucking of a shotgun. You know what I mean? Even if you're not gonna fucking pull the trigger, it's over. Like, it's just you are
That's great.
intimidating the person, and you're telling him, like, you know,
Yo,
I'm
I'm
gonna
ready.
beat your ass.
Yeah, I'm
Plus,
fucking
if you guys have
ready.
never been in a fight, the real reason why people take their shirts off is because if you get into a fight, you're gonna get that shit ripped up. You're gonna
Yeah.
get blood on it. You're gonna get shit ripped up. I've literally never been in a fight where my shirt did not get fucking tattered and fucked up. As a
Yeah, 'cause they,
consequence.
like, they drag
You can't
it's
grab
a-
your,
they
you know,
grab on
big
it,
old
they
bitties
tear it,
as
yeah.
easily as they can grab your fucking shirt. So have you fought and taken your shirt off? No, I haven't. That's why I'm saying, like, it's bad to not take your shirt off. Anyway, I would fight you just so you can. Okay, everybody chill. Let's watch this Charlie Kirk video.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, Charlie Kirk
Jesus
had a
Christ.
fucking debate on his new show or some shit. He's reached out to my agents too. He's like, can I have Hassan Piker come on my debate night show, my new show? And I was like, fuck no, absolutely not. I mean, dude, I'll do a debate with Charlie if there's like some money involved and it's like at a fucking cool event or some shit. I'm not going on his show to debate him, dude. What are you, crazy? It's crazy. No shot. Anyway, let's watch.
In your heart of hearts, truly believe that
11
this
months
is a
has
human
passed.
being. This,
Without a doubt.
without a doubt,
Yes.
this is a dolphin fetus.
Oh!
So let me.
Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus of a human being. This is a human being.
Oh.
It's just funny. I mean, like, it's a weird, like, it's a weird argument to do it like that. It's like, oh, here, because all fetuses kind of look the same, right? But at the same time, he did get got pretty fucking good.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
But quite different. Dolphins.
Look at that face,
Proves
dude.
that a dolphin in life, you confuse dolphins for human babies often.
So let me
You
ask
go to
you a question.
SeaWorld and you're like, someone's got human babies in that aquarium.
Oh my god. Okay, maybe I will go on his show now. Fuck, that was so good. So what's up? He just like has guests on who will blow his back out? God damn. Who's
Yeah, I love that,
right now?
too. Look at this, like,
Charlie Kirk.
oh
my
no,
God,
this
that
live's
was
just gonna
so
last
cool.
for-
Okay, never mind. I take it back. This shit's awesome. Actually, dumb gotcha. How is that a dumb gotcha? It is so insanely effective. What an incredibly effective way to do propaganda, dude. Automatically, it's
Like, what I will say only is that it doesn't really, you know, isn't a debate about, like, whether the fetus in general is considered, you know, alive and have conscience and stuff like that. You know, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not gonna be able to tell the difference between a dolphin fetus and a human fetus either. I think, again, it should be more about whether the fetus, the idea of the fetus in general, is alive or not. But at the same time, it was a really good like gotcha. Like that can't be denied. He got hard. Wait, where did my thing go? And like, you know, I'm not gonna get into that debate right now. Actually, I guess what I'm saying is there are better points to be like, you know, the fetus that you can make to say that the fetus isn't alive yet, then be like, oh, gotcha. But he did get got so good. Like, I don't think that was exactly the point either, right? I think, you know, those arguments have been made a lot. I think there's more just to be like, you got fucking just make him look idiotic on his own like podcast. It was funny as shit. That was really good.
Super aesthetic, absolutely eviscerates the arguments that he makes. It's like perfect, and literally every mammal looks like the same as an embryo. Yeah, that's great. You love your theatrics, 100%, dude. Because this is a debate, my friend, and debates are not for like logic and reasoning in the way that like some of you fucking nerds think they are. The entire point is having incredible gotchas like that. The entire point is theatrics. And that was such a good moment of theater. My fucking lord, dude. You never want to be caught like this. In a lot of instances, active debate lord bloodsport communities will literally try to fucking at least make you look like that by clipping you out of context. And in this circumstance, there's no need for them to do so because he thoroughly and promptly owned him. This is peak debating.
Do you
I'm gonna run it again.
in your heart of hearts truly believe that this is a human being? This,
Without a doubt.
without a doubt,
Yes.
this is a dolphin fetus.
So let me.
Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus is a human being. This is a human fetus. This is how similar they are. But quite different. Dolphin. You just confirmed that a dolphin in life you confuse dolphins for human babies often. You go to SeaWorld and you're like, someone's got human babies.
It is really funny.
I love that he keeps going.
Yeah,
too.
he does keep.
Someone's got human babies in that aquarium. God damn, dude.
It's-
Hey, pour
he-
one
he
out
really
for our
does,
buddy
like,
Charlie, who
dig
is
in.
dead now.
Is
I mean,
really
pro-life,
funny.
but also got murdered on camera on his show. I love that. Did he post this? Like, why would you post this? This is one of those things where you're like, we're gonna cut this out in the chopping block. You know what I mean? Every time he tells the truth, his face widens a bit more towards becoming a normal boy. Unfortunately, his face has been scrunching inward. Scientists have theorized that one day his face will collapse inward and form a black hole. Isn't r/confidently incorrect all of Reddit? Yes, it exactly is. This is the best fucking video I've seen on the internet. First, let's start off with a psychopath teacher indoctrinating kids with a mask.
This is going on TikTok. A leftist teacher tried to teach a bunch of preschool kids nursery rhymes, which is why I have to hit them, about masks. Here you go.
Oh, come on! Oh, come on! You gotta be kidding me! This is the best content you could get, Crowder? This is what you're arguing about on your shitty little show this week? This is so... It's so sad, dude. It's just sad. That's just so fucking pathetic. What? Okay, I'll watch that later. I didn't know I see that.
Believe it, dude. How dare a fucking preschool teacher try to get kids to feel less intimidated about wearing masks at schools? This is disgusting. What's next, dude? Is she gonna fucking teach them nursery rhymes about how sharing is caring? That's communism. That's child abuse. I will literally lose my shit. Wow. Steven Crowder, the broadcast it's at the forefront of cutting edge journalism here that Republicans are really following. Getting upset at this is probably the most psycho thing I've ever fucking seen. Are they gonna teach them how to wash their hands?
Yeah,
Because
it
I'll
is.
fucking lose
It
my
really
mind.
is.
I will lose my fucking mind, dude. This is
I feel the same way about like masks as I do about like climate change, and that it shouldn't be a political issue, and that it's so idiotic that it is. Like, I just can't I just have fun with anti-maskers, man. It's just scientifically proven, and it's just sad that we have such mistrust in the scientific community because of propaganda out there that are supporting different agendas. Oh god, this is gonna be bad. I'm gonna... Hey. Anyways, it just shouldn't be a political issue, and it is sad that, like, again, that people have such mistrust in the scientific community. Because, like, the scientific community, I do have some problems with it. I think, for one, it's really hard for people to have access to scientific journals. You know, you have to pay to get them, and even then, you also need to have, you know, a college degree to be able to understand them, and even then, usually it has to be a specific kind of college degree where you're going into sciences and where you're going to be reading these papers on a regular anyways. So without all that, you really are kind of like barred out of that information. So like, yeah. At the same time though, like the scientific community is like, they're literally trying to disprove each other all the time with actual logic and not logical fallacies. You know, they have accountability over each other. You can trust the scientific community, and it's just sad that people have doubt in like in what they're saying, especially over very important stuff like mask helping slow down the spread of the virus, and then also you know that climate change is a real thing that's being caused from human activity from CO2 emissions. Okay. If you want, it's just it shouldn't be a political issue. It really shouldn't be. Or in a sense that at least that it's become, it should be like a political issue in a sense of like, okay, well then how are we gonna systemically, or how are we going to tackle climate change to slow down its effects and possibly reverse them? Where it's kind of getting to the point now where we're fucked. But yeah, not to get all existential tready, but it's not the best, and we need to do change now, which is just not also it's not going to be enough. There's never going to be enough change coming right now. It seems like. Fuck off. Oh damn. Like, even like right now with the infrastructure bill, there's a bunch of Green Deal stuff, but there's a lot more that was originally in it that got cut out and was needed, and even that might have not been enough for the amount of systemic like changes we still need to make. Like, it's just not going to be enough by the looks for this infrastructure bill to actually make an effective dent into climate change. I'm not saying that that's then we should just ignore it. It's good. That's with stuff that it provides. It's going to still make changes. It could lead to more. It could be a start of more infrastructure bills and going through and helping fight climate change. Because infrastructure is also dealing with global warming. It's a big part of it because we're talking about like how power is generated as well as what climate change has affected with like especially all the ecological damage caused from forest fires and these hurricanes, and roads need to be repaired and cities need to be repaired. You know, a lot of this stuff needs to be repaired a lot more often because of the effects of climate change. Or again, also like what's happening in Florida, where they have to like use a $50 billion pump that's only going to help it's only going to mitigate the problem for like 50 years before the sea levels start rising too high. It's not going to be enough. Only putting a band-aid on the issue that the sea levels are rising and causing mass infrastructure damage on the coast of Florida. Yep. That. Anyways.
Regarding kids wearing masks is fucked up.
I wear a mask to school. I wear a mask to school.
Rough start.
Hi ho the Dario. I
that Fran
wear
Drescher?
a mask to school. Wear a mask to keep me
Oh,
safe.
these guys are
The Libs
psychopaths.
of TikTok Twitter account is so fucking whack. I mean, I look at it from time to time to like clown on some fucking libs on TikTok as well, but like they're like very clearly just a reactionary account who's like everyone's a liberal. It's so stupid.
It helps to keep me safe. Hi ho the Dario. It
Your
helps
oxygen
to keep
level's
me
11.
safe.
Why are they still saying this? Like, it has been proven time and time again that like masks don't decrease your oxygen levels. Like, why are they just like you're a pussy if you fucking think that a mask is gonna decrease your oxygen level and kill you? You're literally a pussy.
It
A
keeps my
ventilator in
friends
your
safe.
mouth.
It keeps my friends safe. Hi ho the
The
Dario.
kids are like,
It keeps my friends safe.
Well,
Ugh.
let me see a hooray! Put your hands up in the air.
That looks
Look
like
at these
the birthday
kids!
party of a
Look at these kids having fun! Like, look at them, like, yay! Wow, look at these fucking loser ass kids! Man, these guys are fucking psychopaths, I swear. It's great. It is really funny to me, like, how psychopathic they are. It's... Oh, God. Anyways.
kid that they don't like, but there was an ice cream truck. So they're like,
Easiest thing in the world is to get kids to scream, and they're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's like, jeez, come on.
you could have just incorporated some kind of sweets into the nursery rhyme, and they would have
No.
cheered, and your propaganda would be that much more effective. Hey, just like yesterday was
Kind of weird that Steven Crowder knows what kind of nursery rhymes could, brainwash children. I guess. Nursery rhymes are there to brainwash children, okay? We need to stop nursery rhymes. I'm Steven Crowder. Also, at the same time, like, if you want to, I don't know, lure little kids into your van, okay, and teach them values like anarcho-capitalism and how taxation is theft, well, you should use sweets. You should mention sweets. Random kids love sweets. I'm Steven Crowder. And I know how to lure random children. Okay, dude, thanks.
with cinema. People don't understand this. We've had videos removed.
Yeah.
And Project Veritas has for privacy violations. It's illegal to film children without their parents' consent.
Yes.
It's illegal to film people in the bathroom. It's perfectly legal to film.
For the record, like, okay, well, why did you post it then? I don't even have a problem with that. He like, this part of the conversation, I don't disagree with. I don't know why the fuck kindergarten teachers are like filming their fucking students. That shit is weird as fuck. Don't do that, okay?
Yep.
Like, teachers should not fucking film their students, okay? Unless they're hitting a devious lick, okay? And whatever. But yeah, I do find that real fucking strange.
Film people or to record audio in single-party consent states if they are adults not relieving themselves in the bathroom, and you can't film children. But again, these big tech companies don't actually follow the laws that exist, and they create new ones. It is a
To be
Big
fair,
tech
though,
companies?
They probably do have like a consent form or something, because otherwise it's super illegal. Like, and they will get deviously licked. You know what I'm saying? Like the teacher will.
lawless place where dreams go to die.
The wheels on the gurney go round and round, round.
I think it might
and
not,
round
honestly.
and
I could see him making that
Cause the
mistake.
kid didn't wear a mask. Now the horn on the hearse goes beep, beep, beep. Oh no, beep, beep, beep. You like
Old
that?
MacDonald.
This is one of those dudes where you're like, it probably is illegal for this person to be around children. He has such creepy energy, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. You're a ridiculous person. Just the creepiest fucking dude. It's just like every fucking part of his being is just like manifest. He's just oozing out this like creepy aura. I fucking.
Donald had a mask, E-I-E-I-O, and on top of the mask he had a vaccine, E-I-E-I-O.
What's so bad about the
He died from a breakthrough case, E-I-E-I-O.
I love that. I fucking love that take. One of my favorite takes is like conservatives being like, you can still get a breakthrough case and die. 99% of people who are hospitalized with COVID in the United States of America are unvaccinated. 99%, dude. please stop. It's so easily disprovable. Like the argument that you're making is so stupid, dude. It is so psychotic. Like you are, look, if you're a political commentator, in a lot of instances, you are willingly misinforming your audience, right? To advocate for your own, you know, ideological worldview, blah, 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 whatever, right? But what is hilarious here is that like these guys have given up. Like they're not even fucking trying hard to lie. They're just basically hoping that like you are so blinded in your fucking echo chamber that you will never even look at the data. You know what I mean? He admitted, yeah, every political commentator fucking lies all the goddamn time. I don't need to lie because I'm a fucking dumbass, and I tell you whenever I'm in the wrong, and also, you know, I'm never in the wrong, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, doesn't just saying breakthrough case imply that it's rare? It's just dumb to the core. I know, but it doesn't matter. It's like when Donald Trump used to say like, Obama killed with the swine flu. Obama killed with the swine flu. It's like, dude, yeah, 14,000 people died of the swine flu, dude. 700,000 people died of COVID. Like, why would you bring that up? That hurts you. I'm supposed to bring that up, and then you're supposed to say, well, this situation is actually really inappropriate for you to bring up because like the swine flu is not as contagious or as deadly ultimately as COVID is, and that's why it's a false equivalence. Like, you know what I mean? But no, they use an argument that actually hurts them, but because it's a Republican saying it, other Republicans listen to it and go, yeah, that's right. Obama did kill 14,000. That's right. How many people died of COVID? I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Don't care.
Now he's buried on his farm.
Under the tree.
5 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. Went to the doctor, and the doctor said, was a brain hemorrhage, but marked a COVID instead.
We can keep doing this.
Well, dude, this is great. This is fucking great. I love
first,
watching my favorite political commentator. I can't even get through a 3-minute video. They're just all doing their fucking awful nursery rhymes now. Dude, this is so bad. It's just like, you really have to try hard to think this is funny. I will never understand that. Like, if you think Steven Crowder is funny, if you've ever laughed at Steven Crowder, like not laughed at him, but with Steven Crowder, you might kind of be unsalvageable. Even though there are a lot of people who say that they used to find him funny and are in here, so I guess people can be saved. Oh, Trump had a video to the family of Ashley Babbitt. Let's take a look at what some fucking psychotic reactionary shit this was about.
We must all demand justice for Ashley and her family. So on this solemn occasion, as we celebrate her life, we renew our call for a fair and nonpartisan investigation into the death of Ashley Babbitt. I offer my unwavering support to Ashley's family and call on the Department of Justice to reopen its investigation into her death on January 6th. Like all Americans, you deserve a fair process, you deserve answers, and you deserve justice.
Bro, what's going on? Like, why is he doing fucking, like, reactionary cameos now? Dude, he really isn't doing well, bro. He's not doing all right, dude. He is not doing all right. Can't wait for him to run in 2024 and it feels like an old rock band on tour when they play the hits, but just not the same. Like, justice for Ashley Babbitt revolves around, 1, putting measures against police brutality. 2, which they will never do. Did you catch it in Trump's speech on the January 6th? He showed up, told people that left the Democrats and were coming for everyone in their homes. Yeah, I know. Don't let the libs know about your stance on state killing of Ashley Babbitt. Yeah, I'm always anti-fucking state execution, dude. Sorry. I know liberals get mad at me for that one, but like there were significantly better ways of controlling that crowd, and them just fucking clapping Ashley Babbitt was not good. Like the only thing I feel bad about in the whole Ashley Babbitt situation is that like she is 100% one of those victims of misinformation, right? Like, it's just the truth. I mean, she is. That sucks. It absolutely fucking sucks that, like, misinformation is so fucking pervasive, so strong, so powerful that it can cause whole-ass adults to just go out of their way, fly to the Capitol, and break through the halls of Congress. Is everyone a victim of misinformation then, or what? I mean, some people are, for sure. More a victim than others, you know?
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. Do you want to cut climate priorities? Is it elder care that you want to cut, or is it child care? Senator, please, we are asking for your help. Senator, we need. What are the priorities that you want to cut? I'm just trying to get an explanation for the American. Senator, you can do the right thing. All I want to know is what the specific.
life is a living nightmare. I just hate that I'm just getting like faced with questions that are tough and I don't want to answer with them. No, that's right, dude. White women, most oppressed in society. I'm saying it, dude. Fuck it. That's right. So oppressed, dude. Like, imagine thinking you're above the people that you're supposed to serve when you're a fucking public servant. We pay your salary, you dumb fuck. What the fuck is this bullshit? Like, I despise her so much. Even the Mothman, Joe Houseboat Mansion, is like more graceful at receiving this shit. She's new, so she doesn't know how to do it. Listen, if you're gonna make fucking money from lobbyists for your re-election campaign, which by the way, there's gonna be no re-election. She's not getting re-elected. So I don't even know what the fuck she's gonna do with those coffers. But like, if you ultimately want to get a fucking cushy job in the lobbying sector, you know, you go to K Street, which by the way, what fucking dumb idiot would ever hire you to do that? Is you're gonna have no fucking connections afterwards. But like, if you're gonna do that, then you need to suffer every single moment of your fucking life. You need to literally suffer. You need to suffer.
It's really hard to get a refinery. So I just wanted to ask, what are the things that you would like to
She's sacrificing her career because she's really passionate about making poor people's lives worse. Hustle. Oh my god, dude. I hate her. She's such a fucking scumbag. And I feel so powerless. So the only thing I can do is say that she's like, she dresses ugly. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a fucking kid. Like, there's literally nothing we can do other than just like make her day a little bit worse. You know what I mean? And it fucking sucks. And I just sit here and I watch these videos and I fucking, you know, we blow off a little steam here about how fucking disgusting of a awful, indecent worm she is. And all we can do is just like sit there and blow off a little steam and just say things like, you're ugly. You're an ugly person, both inside and out. You dress like you have dressed up in the dark. You've never worn an outfit that has ever looked good. It's literally a curse. She's queer coded. Please calm down. Pretty funny. Blanca, an AZ immigrant youth, confronts Senator Sinema inside her classroom for she teaches at ASU in 2010. Both my grandparents got deported because of SB 1070. My grandfather passed away 2 weeks ago and I wasn't able to go to Mexico because there's no pathway to citizenship.
Right now is a real moment that our people need money for us to be able to talk about what's really happening. We need a Build Back Better plan right now.
We knocked on doors. We need solutions to build back.
Damn, dude. The homie just walked straight into the fucking women's restroom.
Better plan. We have.
Wait, what?
Doors for you to get you elected, and just how we got you
That's
elected,
great.
we can get you.
I love that.
What if Kristen Sinema just let out a big one? Like, I feel like she's so quirky. You know what I mean? That she was just like, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna take a shit. Like, I don't care that you guys are in here. I mean, is this like a Dr. Disrespect moment? Is that what's going on currently?
Out of office if you don't support what you promised us.
We need 7 million citizenship for 7 million. We need the Build Back Better plan right now.
My name is Blanca. I was brought here to the United States when I was 3 years old. And in 2010, my grandparents both got deported because of SB 1070. And I'm here because
Oh, there's like someone else in there, dude. That sucks. Okay.
definitely believe that we need a pathway to citizenship. My grandfather passed away years ago, and I was not able to go to Mexico and visit him because there is no pathway to citizenship. And if we have the opportunity to pass it right now, then we need to do it because there's millions of undocumented people just like me who share the.
Bro, she's just straight ripping, dude. She's just ripping ass in there. She doesn't give a fuck. She said, yo, uh-oh, stinky. I gotta be honest, the bravest woman on the planet is the one who just says, another day, dude. Fuck it. Flushes the toilet and just walks out while someone is like clearly yelling at like America's most notorious senator. How are you gonna walk out? I would literally wait there for at least like another 30 minutes to make sure that like no one is outside. I already don't even like, you know, pooping in public restrooms, especially because like in America, it's like very weird where they have like, I feel like you can just like see into it. You know what I mean? Like you can see into the stalls. Meanwhile, she's out here like there's the gap. It's so open. It's so fucked up. Why do they have that? I bet that's like an anti-heroin, like I bet that's like, you know, They don't want like fucking homeless people using the stalls or something, or like they don't want fucking, you know, they don't want people doing drugs in there and shit like that. Yeah, they want it as uncomfortable as possible. Do your business and leave. Bro, but I can't even do my business in there. My business requires privacy. Oh, yay, yay. New Bully and Kirsten Cinema just dropped. Let's go.
And they went up. To bring them back. So we call that the Mayo Show. I love it. I love it. Thank you.
Hi there. Hi, Congresswoman. Are you gonna? Who are
Bro, this is literally set up like a bit, dude. I love that. Who the fuck's she talking to here? Ric Flair?
And they went up. To bring them back. So we call that the Mayo Show. I love it. I love it.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hi there. Hi, Congresswoman. Are you gonna? Who are you gonna leave out? For the Build Back Better Biden agenda. Can you talk with us, please, today, Congresswoman?
Just straight up ignores it again. That's great.
Senator
She has a
would
tact.
you please tell the majority of Americans who support Build Back Better why you won't vote for it? Who are you going to leave behind? Seniors who need health care, folks who need housing, the climate crisis, who are you going to leave behind, Senator?
I literally fucking hate her. Next time someone bullies her, they should be like, yo, can you fucking spend a little bit more time answering our fucking questions as your constituents? And maybe while you're at it, answer our question about why you dress like absolute fucking dog shit. Senator Kirsten Sinema, why are you dressed like a serpent? Is it because you're a fucking lizard person? Stole that from chat, or modified a chatter's joke. Senator Kirsten Cinema, why the fuck do we pay you if you're gonna go out and get more money from the fucking corporate benefactors? She doesn't dress like dog shit. She dresses like a burrito. That's pretty funny. Okay, I love that. Do you think she actually thinks she's gonna win re-election like this, or she's going full mask off to fucking make as much dollar amounts as possible? Dude, she could be a fucking dumbass. Like, I literally don't know. I think maybe she's just a fucking dumbass. Anyway, speaking of derailing the stream, it's top of the fucking hour, which means there's a 60-second ad break. That's right. That's on Spamboy Mate. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Okay, so what's this video?
Two.
That's the whole podcast. I'm sure we'll wait. Hold up.
Two.
Let's do this, guys. Yeah.
Let's go.
Never mind, I'm gonna go back a couple. I don't really feel like watching 2 hours then. I'll just catch the highlights. Oh, cool. Let's get an update on this. Wait, no. Where's the Where's that? Where's
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Hey, Harry. Don't
This is
freak
the,
out.
that
But
crypto,
I know we've been working on part 3
gambler
for several days now, but we have to throw it in the trash.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we got to start over. I just got off the phone with the Nelk boys. There's so much to this story. It's convoluted, competing interests. It's we got to scrap it and start over.
Shit.
This is the video you're going to see about Nelk, Private Bet, and Wizza. But we've learned new evidence which has changed our perspective on this, not necessarily making anyone look better, more like complicating the story and making it more interesting. So this is us starting over and trying to make sense of a bunch of competing voices.
Me, Steve Dude LLC, and the Nelk Boys Enterprises, bro, like no one else, bro. We're not gonna take millions of dollars to our fans ever, bro. We won't take any sponsorship money, nothing, bro. Like,
Hey guys, in the studio at night here, just had to scrap the 3rd video and restart. I mean, look, it's gonna happen when you're doing something like this. Sometimes the truth isn't what you expect. Then other times the truth is confusing or conflicting. Because some of y'all, hate to say it, have lied to me. And let me say, stop.
Get some help.
No, but the point is that everyone in this story, honestly, it seems like they're trying to make themselves look as good as possible. And it's hard to know who's telling the truth. Like, it's almost like my job is a real-life game of Among Us. Who is the imposter telling me lies? But we'll get to that, and we will catch those people. For now, I just want to catch you up to speed. And last thing, if you enjoy these videos, Please pump the stock, Zilla, by subscribing. It's free. Might pay monthly dividends. Who knows? You know, one could say it's a gamble. Either way, let's go to the board and catch you up to speed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the last video, we explained how these deals work with Roobet. These influencers get paid millions of dollars to stream themselves gambling, but they're not actually playing with real money. They're gambling with fake money coming from a sponsor that they all call Howie.
You just lost 15 racks. All right, whoa! Let's call Howie. That was a test. You might need to call Howie. You might need to really call Howie off screen, because that was.
Well, let's see what Howie's going to do. They just lost 15 racks. If you look at their Bitcoin wallet here, they're sitting at a toasty $0, okay? God damn.
Don't worry, guys. Howie comes in clutch. Look at that Bitcoin wallet up top. They're back to playing Crash. Same exact stream that we were watching. God damn.
They're constantly asking this guy for more money because they don't want to gamble a dime of their own money. We literally traced the Bitcoin deposit wallets of these guys. They haven't ever put anything in.
Dude, Aiden Ross didn't put a dime of his money into that Bitcoin wallet address. How much money does Aiden Ross have in the account? $300,000. Ladies and gentlemen, where did he put the money in?
And of course, not only are they no-stakes gambling while pretending to high-stakes gamble, remember, because they're making millions of dollars on these deals, these influencers' lives are basically controlled by Roobet. Howie says jump, these influencers say how high, literally.
Yo, Aiden, can you show me how to hop like a kangaroo while he's icy? Bro, why do you want me to do that, Howie? You're weird as bro.
What the did he ask for this time?
What did I hop, bro?
If Howie says fly to Mexico, you better fly to Mexico.
When we're gonna be happy, we're going to Mexico.
Now that we're at this lavish, luxurious villa, this other country.
This getting intense,
why
dude.
We got the jet, why we did all this stuff.
Why?
We have officially partnered with Roobet.
It's actually quite bizarre to watch all these cool influencers dancing like puppets for Roobet, like a weird version of Squid Game. Do a strange task for lots of money.
Apparently, Howie has a challenge for us.
No, he's gonna make you do a kangaroo sound. I bet you. I'm out of this one.
A kangaroo?
I'm stepping out.
That sounded like a kangaroo to me.
All I gotta say, the money must be very good for these guys to be doing that. But, of course, we know all that glitters is not gold. Sometimes these deals fall apart. And it turns out this was the case with the Nelk Boys and Roobet and Wizza. See, many people noticed when the Nelk Boys suddenly went from streaming every day on Roobet and being influencers on Wizza, their giveaway sister company, to suddenly being wiped off the website with no warning. None of the Nelk guys, except for Steve'll Do It, remain. Remember, our boy Alan is supposedly the #1 fan of Full Send.
These are the #1 fans of Full Send / Happy Bag.
Well, it all started falling apart with the giveaway of a Ferrari sponsored by Wizza that seems too good to be true.
I think it just seems like a scam because it's too epic. Yeah, it's too good to be true, but it is true.
Ugh, famous last words, huh? I don't know how to say this delicately, but this thing was a disaster. Part 4 will explain a little bit more, but this thing looked completely rigged. And all of this caused an entire subreddit to be born called r/Full1 fan of Full Send.
These are the numbers.
Suddenly went from streaming task for lots of money.
Apparently, Howie has a challenge for us.
No, he's gonna make you do a kangaroo sound. I bet you. I'm out of this one.
A kangaroo?
I'm stepping out.
That sounded like a kangaroo to me.
All I gotta say, the money must be very good for these guys to be doing that. But, of course, we know all that glitters is not gold. Sometimes these deals fall apart. And it turns out this was the case with the Nelk Boys and Roobet and Wizza. See, many people noticed when the Nelk Boys suddenly went from streaming every day on Roobet and being influencers on Wizza, their giveaway sister company, to suddenly being wiped off the website with no warning. None of the Nelk guys, except for Steve'll Do It, remain. Remember, our boy Alan is supposedly the #1 fan of Full Send.
These are the #1 fans of Full Send / Happy Bag.
To suddenly being case with the Nelk Boys and Roobet and Wizza. See, many people noticed when the Nelk Boys suddenly went from streaming every day on Roobet and being influencers on Wizza, their giveaway sister company, to suddenly being wiped off the website with no warning. None of the Nelk guys, except for Steve Will Do It, remain. Remember, our boy Alan is supposedly the #1 fan of Full Send.
These are the #1 fans of Full Send / Happy Dad.
Well, it all started falling apart with the giveaway of a Ferrari sponsored by Wizza that seemed too good to be true.
I think it just seems like a scam because it's too epic. It's too good to be true, but it is true.
Ugh, famous last words, huh? I don't know how to say this delicately, but this thing was a disaster. Part 4 will explain a little bit more, but this thing looked completely rigged. And all of this caused an entire subreddit to be born called r/FullScam. And this subreddit became devoted to cataloging Nelk's missteps in the meticulous and obsessive way that only Reddit really can. Now this is where the story diverges actually a little bit between what Nelk says happened and what Reddit says happened. The Full Scam page, for the most part, thinks that Nelk and Wizza were in on the Ferrari giveaway disaster. Nelk denies this, though. They said they had no control and were working on it as part of a standard promotion, saying that afterwards, they immediately cut ties with Wizza because they suspected something was up. I, of course, asked for proof. They sent me this. This is from the Full Send team on June 30th. Apparently, they were mad because Wizza had charged their international fans for raffle tickets for this Ferrari, even though there was no chance of anyone outside of the US winning. They said, quote, Nelk has received numerous complaints that its fans paid to enter for a drawing on Wizza even though they were actually ineligible, which resulted in them feeling scammed. Nelk's lawyers have advised that this was likely non-compliant with applicable law, and accordingly Nelk would prefer that everyone be promptly reimbursed. And then a little bit later, the breakup text. So Nelk will not be able to proceed negotiating the Wizza or Roobet agreements further given the relationship between Wizza and Roobet and the recent developments. Wow. According to Nelk, they cut ties early with Wizza and Roobet, and honestly that was probably a smart move.
Yeah.
Although it looks like not everyone was on the same page, because obviously Steve Will Do It didn't leave Wizza and Roobet. And we also know Lucas here also continued streaming on Twitch with Roobet. So it seems like there are definitely some outside deals going on, which will become interesting a little bit later. Now, the other interesting thing we learn here is that when Nelk backed out of Wizza, they were also out of Roobet. Nelk told me this is because Roobet and Wizza were package deals for them, which if you ask me, is weird. Why is a giveaway company and a offshore gambling site tying their promotions together? I mean, yes, they're owned by the same people, but it doesn't exactly mix. That'd be like a weapons dealer buying their firearms to also having to volunteer at the homeless shelter, or a smoking company making you adopt a kitten for every pack you pick up. I mean, it's a little weird, right? If what Nelk is saying is true. Now, I did talk to another few influencers who said their deals worked a little bit different and were separate. But either way, it raises a few eyebrows about where the money might be coming from for all these extravagant giveaways. I mean, listen, this might be the time for the tinfoil hat here, but go with me. What better way to get money for a McLaren that you're going to raffle off to your fans than from a lucrative, thriving, and maybe even offshore business you're running? Not accusing anyone here. I just want to say that if it were me, that would make sense, right? But it's important to say Wizza denies the possibility of this completely. They said, quote, Wizza and Roobet do not package their expenses. The two companies are separate entities and pay their own expenses. No one is concealing the overlap on the marketing team and the relationships they bring to the table. So there you go. Take it for what it is. I just thought it was weird that for Nelk, the deals were tied together. And speaking of Nelk, people were still upset about the Ferrari regardless of what was happening. And people quickly found out, looking behind the scenes, that it wasn't the first time they tried to give away a car.
Yes.
What's the deal? Is that yours? How do you get this Lambo?
We teamed up with this company called Moose, and they just approached us. They're like, yo, we got a full send Lambo. We want to team up with you guys.
What's the company that, like, how do you just get a Lambo?
They just hit us up. Moose is this company called
It's like
Moose.
a charity company. They bought the Lambo, and then we push it through our fans, and then they buy entries. And then
So it's like $1 entries. You can buy as many as you want.
Yeah, basically the exact same thing. Fans paid money for tickets to a raffle, and nobody really knows if the drawing was fair. Or in this case, if it even happened. No one knows what happened to the Full Send Lambo. It looks like the company Moose Gives was just a fly-by-night company that folded up and nobody got the car. Now, once again, I asked Nelk about this, and they responded, quote, "We basically got effed over in almost the same sense as we did here with Wizza. This is a lesson to never partner with a company to give away anything ever again." They then talk a little bit about the agency they were working with at a time, and ultimately say, "The same as this Wizza shit, we really know as much as the fans if this giveaway was done legitimately or not." Shortly after, we fired WME for obvious reasons. And then they finally say, quote, "We've done barely any brand deals, and it always comes with the same type of BS. Lesson learned for good this time." So that's their statement. Oh, and they also say that they were only paid $15K apparently for this deal as well. And if that's the case, I think they should have just come forward and addressed this stuff sooner. But speaking frankly, this kind of thing, this giveaway thing, is kind of like a fool me once, fool me twice situation. You know what they say about that, don't you? You better not fool me a third time. But of course, it gets worse. Yeah, because right after this disastrous promotion with Wizza and Roobet, they literally start promoting another gambling casino.
Private Bet has a pretty sweet deal for you guys right now. They actually have an 100% deposit bonus guarantee up to $500. All you have to do is use my code Kyle.
Make an account on privatebet.com and DM him your username, and we're gonna give away $250 to 100 people. So all you guys on privatebet.com, $250 each. Privatebet.com. We'll be doing this we'll do this a lot.
Now, this is totally weird for a lot of reasons. First of all, and obviously, nobody's heard of this website. Like, when you look it up, it looks a little bit like brand new, and that's basically because it is. Its offshore parent company, XYZ Entertainment, as it's called, was created May 25th, 2021. This thing's like a little baby. So why promote it? I mean, why is a company like Nelk not going with an established casino instead of just like a brand new one like this? And this immediately got people thinking, there's got to be more to this story. And this got even more damning when some social media accounts called @Blackjack were found being used for private bet. Here they are right here. These have been since privated. And the reason they were privated is because they were tied back by a YouTuber named Harrison to people from Nelk. Apparently, Nelk's president, the president of Full Send, apparently owns those social media accounts. The obvious implication here being, of course, that Private Bet was owned or tied to Nelk more than previously known, which would obviously make sense of the reason that they're promoting this brand new casino. This was further confirmed on the Blackjack Facebook page, which was previously known as Private Bet, and before that known as Blackjack Ventures, and before that known as Full Send Blackjack. Now, I would show you some of Harrison's video uncovering all of this, but unfortunately, surprise, surprise, it was copyright striked by none other than Nelk. And I contacted Nelk about this because, of course, this seems extremely fishy. And they told me, hey, there's been a misunderstanding. They don't own Private Bet at all. But they know who does, but refuse to say. But apparently they were working out a marketing deal with Private Bet and a social media deal. That's the reason their socials were connected, was because apparently Nelk owned some gambling social media accounts at Blackjack, and they were going to let them use them in exchange for a lucrative deal. So Private Bet was going to use @Blackjack, which was owned by Full Send, and Full Send was also going to promote them as a casino. This was the story that I was told. But they insisted that they never owned any part of Private Bet. Now, of course, I asked to see this marketing deal that was done, and they told me they'd love to show it to me, but it doesn't exist. They never actually finished the deal, which I found a little bit hard to believe. Nelk's story is essentially they promoted a gambling company offshore without owning it and without a deal talking terms. And this is right after getting burned by another company that they didn't own. Does anybody else think this is kind of a weird story? I mean, Nelk would tell you that they only promoted it for a few days before pulling out of the deal, and they say they're not going to do this any longer. But I know a lot of influencers, and almost none of them would promote a brand or product without any kind of deal first in writing, especially not a brand as big as Nelk. You're going to promote something without even a deal sketched out on a napkin? I don't know, I just don't buy it. And I told the guys at Nelk that I thought that there was something I wasn't being told. Because what doesn't make sense here is that Nelk keeps saying they've learned their lesson and need to stop promoting stuff they don't control, right? Like, that was the lesson with Wizza. They didn't control it, and they got burned. That was the lesson with Moose Gibbs. They didn't control it, they got burned. And then their story with Private Bet is that they don't control it. Now, when I told Nelk that basically I wasn't buying it, they said, look, we just didn't want to jeopardize a more lucrative casino deal in the future with an actual U.S. casino that's regulated. But that's the story. You can make up your mind for what you want to believe. I just want to present all the facts we have here. I just, personally, the story doesn't make sense to me. But around this time, I was finding Nelk a little hard to believe. Something even more unbelievable happened. A supposed Nelk whistleblower suddenly appeared on Reddit on Full Scam, promising to expose them. The post is entitled, My Experience Formerly Working for Steve Will Do It and Nelk, posted by this guy, Zesty Close. The two giant claims I want to draw your attention to is, one, that Private Bet is owned by Kyle and the Shahidi brothers, and two, that the giveaway with the Ferrari was rigged for a stunt. I mean, wow, this could be big. And of course, I instantly reached out to this person. I said, are you willing to talk? And quote, what proof do you have that the Ferrari is rigged? He said, hello, I would love to help, but I just received an email from the Full Sin team with a breach of contract. Luckily, they have not determined who has written the Reddit forum, as I worked in the Full Sin and Steve's accounting, and another worker had left the day before me. And at this point, it looked like maybe this guy's the real deal, but he can't talk because he's under NDA. So the question is, how do we get him to talk? And as you guys know, meanwhile, I'm in contact with Nelk. So I start to hatch an idea of maybe how we can do this. So my plan was, I went to Nelk and I said, hey, obviously there's this guy on Reddit, you guys probably have seen it, who says he used to work for you, he's exposing you guys. Is he telling the truth? They say no. I say, prove it. And of course they said, how? So I tell him, look, if he's not a real employee, release him from his NDA. If he's just a fake employee, he's just using this NDA as an excuse not to prove he is who he says he is, right? And at this point, I got to tell you guys, there was a pause on the call, as I'm basically asking them to waive their rights to an NDA. They discussed, and they said, all right, done. Any NDA on this whistleblower of Nelk is null and void. Perfect. So I go back to our boy, Zesty Close, and I say, hey, I just got off the phone with the Nelk boys. They say you're actually completely in the clear to talk with me. So no breach of contract to tell me everything you know. If you are who you say you are, you have no fear of backlash. John and Kyle have cleared you to tell me what you know. And this is when our guy, our supposed whistleblower, Zesty Close, it's his turn to get quiet. He doesn't respond. And suddenly, his post, which was highly upvoted, is deleted. I asked, why? Hello, why'd you delete your post? He responded, hey, sorry, these last days have been really busy for me. Sorry if I take a while to respond. And I didn't. It got deleted by someone else. Don't know who, though. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little suspicious here. So I followed up for several days, and the guy just ghosted, right? This supposed whistleblower turned out to be completely fake. And I gotta say, partially in defense of the Nelk boys here, like, look, get mad at them for the Wizzo stuff, Moose Gives, or the Private Bet story of theirs. But don't make up stuff pretending to be an ex-employee. Like, if you're that desperate to expose someone that you fabricate working with them, aren't you worse than the people you're exposing? I don't know. I just wanted to say that. But despite this being cleared up, I'm still not done with Nelk here. Because believe it or not, we still have one final piece of the puzzle, and it comes from Lucas, one of the Nelk boys, also known as Gaspo Show on Twitch. And by the way, this guy, the second we mentioned we were doing a story on Roobet, all his videos on YouTube and Twitch were deleted. I wonder why. Same with Steve Will Do It, by the way. But anyways, remember we said earlier that Lucas and Steve continued to stream on Roobet well after June 30th when supposedly Nelk broke off the contract, and apparently it was because they had their own deal. Well, Lucas apparently was up to some sketchy stuff, according to a former moderator who provided extensive evidence and accused Lucas of rigging stream giveaways with Roobet. That's right. If you don't know, one of Roobet's big things is all the streamers apparently give away a portion of what they won at the end of their stream. It's the reason that Roobet streamers are always talking about how much money they're giving away. As Lucas explains, all you have to do is create an account with Roobet and you too can win.
Make sure you guys are using promo code Lucas up here. LUCAS. Collect that shit. Make a new account. Do what you gotta do. Helps you guys out for the giveaways a whole lot. So if you guys want free money, man, all you gotta do is that.
Free money. That's right. These guys, if you use their code, they're going to give you free money. But apparently that's false, because allegedly Lucas was scamming people by not giving away money randomly to his viewers, but instead giving it away to himself and his moderators. Here's how it apparently worked. Moderators would create a series of shell Roobet accounts, brand new accounts like this. Accounts like Ricks and Morty, Icy Drops, Merch Buyer. Several accounts just like these would be created all on the same day, would be fresh accounts, and then would happen to win the giveaways of Lucas, but they were really controlled by his moderators who were feeding him names. The way it worked was allegedly one of the moderators, Nate, would send Lucas names ahead of time, and Lucas would select the names that he knew his guys controlled. According to a statement from the whistleblower, quote, Nate had set a certain type of order in Lucas's streams. He became the main guy controlling things like Lucas's TikTok account and making sure staff were paid. Things stayed like this for 3 weeks. Nate would message us asking us for our Roobet names and making sure we would be paid. And at first, I didn't bat an eye or anything. And this guy went so far as to actually send me the blockchain wallet where these accounts were winning on by his moderators who were feeding him names. The way it worked was allegedly one of the moderators, Nate, would send Lucas names ahead of time, and Lucas would select the names that he knew his guys controlled. According to a statement from the whistleblower, quote, Nate had set a certain type of order in Lucas's streams. He became the main guy controlling things like Lucas's TikTok account and making sure staff were paid. Things stayed like this for 3 weeks. Nate would message us asking us for our Roobet names and making sure we would be paid. And at first, I didn't bat an eye or anything. And this guy went so far as to actually send me the blockchain wallet where these accounts were winning on July 30th, for example, when all these shell accounts were created. As you can see, here are some winnings on July 30th coming from the Roobet hot wallet itself. And allegedly, Lucas not only paid his Twitch mods with this, he would also get a cut of these supposed giveaways he was doing. Now, of course, I confronted Lucas on this, wanting, of course, to give him the chance to comment. He refused, and instead I just heard that he no longer wants to stream gambling anymore. That about figures. Now, what does all this mean, right? I'm throwing a lot of facts at you guys. Let's put it together for a second, please. As we found out, there's a lot going on, right? Contracts being broken, fake NDAs, fake whistleblowers, no story about Private Bet, which sounds fake to me, and of course, Lucas's fake giveaways. I think the common thread here is kind of clear. But more than that, I really think what we're seeing is a group who can't decide what their ethical line in the sand is. On the one hand, some of Nelk says they're done with Wizza after they suspect them of scamming their international fans. While at the same time, other members of Nelk are still their #1 promoter. You see one part of Nelk say they're done with Roobet, while the other part of Nelk is busy running a giveaway scam on Roobet. You have one part of Nelk saying they're done with sketchy brand partners they don't control, and then they go out and promote this. Supposedly, another brand they don't control because they never had a deal worked out. I think it's honestly sad, because without all this sketchy stuff, I think Nelk could probably ride this Full Sin brand into the sunset, making millions of dollars off merch and Happy Dad dollars. But instead, it seems like they can't keep their members from reaching their hands in the cookie jar. And if they keep doing that, the name Full Scam is eventually gonna stick. So what will Nelk choose? I don't know. But I think what Nelk does next will determine a lot.
Now, Coffee, now is there a way where it's like, you just make this like right?
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and welcome to part 4 of the Roobet House of Cards series. If you haven't checked it, part 3 is on Coffee's channel. It's the precursor to this. Ladies and gentlemen, on that part with Coffee, you probably noticed a lot about Nelk. You probably noticed a lot about a gambling
we'll feel what kind of question one
Private Bet, and frankly a lot of Nelk shenanigans. Now, we're going back here to tie into Wizza, which is a website you've probably heard of, a service you've probably heard of as well. And here we're looking into a curious possible connection between Wizza and Roobet. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you've probably seen the Wizza ads floating around on YouTube as of late. I know I have. But ladies and gentlemen, Wizza is been seen partnered in creating various videos with a lot of creators, not just Nelk, but some of the largest people in gaming influencer entertainment that you've ever seen. People like Gavin Ross, people like Rice Gum, and people like Logan Paul's best friend. So, Wizza is a United States-based sweepstakes company centered around making magic happen. Yes, or in their words, they give away dream prizes to support great causes. It all sounds beautiful. Now, to Wizza's credit, there are some charities that they have donated to and they've given actual money to, and I want to show some of them over here. Basically, Wizza partners with massive influencers, lets them have creative control over various giveaways, some of them being absolutely massive, making very big videos, posting them on social media, which in turn gains millions of views and is beneficial for the content creator, beneficial for Wizza, and beneficial for the various giveaways and charities that they support. It should be a win-win-win-win-win situation, in theory, and that's pretty much what it appears to be from the outside looking in. Now, Wizza is a for-profit business by the CEO's own admission and according to the rules itself. Sites like Wizza themselves aren't exactly new, alright? Sweepstakes have existed for a long time, and if you want an example of a similar concept, I've heard from various people who, compare Wizza to anything else, it would be Omaze. Now, Omaze, you can go check out their sites over here. Full frank, I haven't audited them in the way that I've audited plenty of other organizations in there. But key differences here include that I can easily tell the CEO of Omaze its operating location incredibly easily. Omaze is headquartered in Culver City. Here you can even see what appears to be their building directly sourced from their site's own disclaimer page. I can look at the executives of their business and their various sources of funding, all available online within 5 to 10 minutes of a search. For Wizza, it wasn't actually easy. For instance, I had no idea who the CEO was until I'd started DM conversations with them over social media. And I learned their name was Andre, who can speak very well for themselves, Wizza, and the team involved. Now, going on to their page, I couldn't dig up various executives myself, only the influencers that they partner with. But surely these people can't be owners, operators of Wizza. Andre confirmed that he was the CEO and the team was different to the influencers. They only handle creative control while the Wizza team does all of the cool logistics in the background. Content creators in this case are just simply their partner, and that's it. As far as public court documents go, it took more time to track down than Omaze. Obviously, Omaze is a bit more established, but with Wizza I ended up paying a couple bucks, got an updated record, and that was pretty much it. Point is, I found the registration agent for Wizza, and that's basically it in that case. I kept going down a rabbit hole, and it just didn't lead to anywhere fruitful. I asked the CEO for any link to filing papers or public records, a potential headquarters, and our messaging actually stopped for a while. However, that wasn't until the actual CEO confirmed that the building and the office did in fact exist. I'm only omitting this fact because the CEO did fear for their safety and the safety of the people involved, which I completely understand in this situation, so I'm going to leave that fact out. It's also entirely Now listen, tracking down Wizza became a task of its own in terms of my time spent looking through public records, and that's pretty much it, okay? Wizza is a brand new baby on the block, and compared to the other people in the business, it's there and it's fledgling. But what's important is the Ferrari giveaway, so let's move into that. Now, one of the big fulcrum points for Wizza's organization itself was the Ferrari giveaway. In this video premiered on June 8th, 28th of 2021 on the main Nelk channel itself, they were caught giving away a Ferrari. Kyle Forgeard of the Nelk team was supposed to visit the surprise winner for the Ferrari giveaway. Now, once you skip past all the superfluous advertising stuff in the middle, that does include Steve's Happy Dad supercar with, I'm not kidding with you, Rubet plastered literally on the back. How do you drive this with dignity, Steve? I don't get it. I didn't even notice that until the rewatch. That's fucking cringe, bro. I'm just saying. Then again, it's a McLaren, right? Or like a fancy supercar. I mean, what am I gonna say, all right? Anybody would love to drive a nice fancy supercar. I'm just saying. Anyways, what's important is the giveaway itself. Around 12 minutes into the video, Kyle starts to detail the actual giveaway from their then partner, Wizza.
Something that Nelk really likes to do is, because they don't really make a lot of money from these videos, they actually just put in like copyrighted music, which is the only reason you're not hearing anything right now. Thank God they subtitle it, and if you can read lips, well, this is it for you. But really, the takeaway here is look at the subtitles right now where they actually start to tell you that they did this legally, or however they found this winner, they did it legally. The winner is literally in Los Angeles.
Now, I don't know why he had to include the whole, they did it legally, I don't know. It seems really weird for him to say that, okay? It just adds a lot of extra, like it allows people to speculate why he said that. For me, I know that sweepstakes in the United States are heavily regulated. If this is a legit giveaway, we shouldn't even need to have that stated. It's just going to let people who put the tinfoil hats on to start believing things in a different way. For a quick recap, there are three types of, I guess, giveaways you can do that would be treated as also marketing tools. For instance, one of them are lotteries. So this is where you sell tickets to raise money and then pick a random winner to receive the pool of money or the percentage of that pool. This isn't so important to talk about because this is really regulated by U.S. law, and especially when we're looking at lotteries, these are really managed at the government level, okay, with various agencies and interstate operating commissions. And at this point, we have to look at the other two. One of them is contests. So this is where you run an event, and basically the idea is the prize is based on skill, right? So you may be asked to write some response, answer some random trivia, or maybe you stick your hand on a car or something, and the last person to let go wins the car. You know, a game of skill. Now the final one, and the one in question today, are sweepstakes. Now this is where you win a prize, randomly, completely by random chance, by putting in an entry of a certain amount of tickets. Now you may be wondering, how is this different than a lottery? Well, so in a sweepstake, you don't have to buy anything, technically. In order for sweepstakes to usually be different than a lottery, you have to take away the aspect of consideration, basically the cost of the thing. Now, if you go to Wiz's site, you will probably want to enter the Lamborghini giveaway. It's a nice, purple, beautiful-looking car, right? But you'll be greeted with a few options to buy tickets for various amounts, all the way up to, you know, $100. Scroll down a bit, and they'll tell you that no purchase is actually necessary, exactly as sweepstake law should be. Now, there's even a limit to the names that you can enter, which is like up to 5,000. So basically, you can only put like 2 figures on a calculator before you actually, start not to go any further in terms of the entry limit on this, page. Now, their alternate entry requires you to mail in a postcard to a P.O. box matching exact entry credentials. You may entirely miss all of this entire tiny text if you see these big entry amounts above, okay? So from what I understand when it comes to a lot of these sweepstake entries is basically the payment option is super easy and, hard to avoid. The free option usually has a bunch of extra strings attached. So if somebody looks at both options, they may be compelled to spend a few bucks instead of taking the free option. And that isn't necessarily illegal, nor is that necessarily entirely scummy on Wiz's part. In fact, a lot of organizations do this. I will say, however, Wizza definitely puts in the extra effort, in my opinion, to make it as hard. Because when I compared it to Omaze's entry point, they were very willing. I mean, if I go to Omaze and go right to the Mercedes G-Wagon or whatever entry, in fact, I can look at all the purchase options, and right underneath is, hey guys, alternate entry, which is entirely done. In fact, I even entered for a sweepstake at Omaze. Took me all of a few minutes. There are some free options on Wizza though, but generally I found that the postcard and the P.O. box option are usually the ones that are relegated for the free people. Anyways, back to the video at hand. Alright, back to the good old Ferrari. In this Nelk visit, the winners of the Ferrari, basically at 17 minutes into the video, has one of the most sus interactions, okay? So they come across this individual and they first ask, how many tickets did they buy?
What's up, bro? Nice to meet you, bro.
Here's the key.
How many tickets did you buy?
Dude, I just bought one, bro.
What? One?
Just like, well, it came with like 100 or something, right?
You bought like $100 worth?
$100 one, yeah, that's
crazy.
Bro, I'm like legit shaking right now.
Yeah, the winner clearly says one, and on the site, you can't even buy one ticket. The only entry.
What? Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Tickets for like $5.
That's.
All right, so they have this like weird, awkward exchange. He then ups the amount to like 100 tickets, and then Kyle jumps in and starts inferring like $100 worth, which is like, what? Dude, this is like the strangest exchange that I've ever heard. I mean, literally, people who are sitting here out to speculate will probably think that it's like a weird script being written. But again, like I said earlier, this is a heavily regulated industry. I don't personally expect this to be fake, and I'll get to that in a bit. Anyways, they walk a few steps to a lot outside the house itself, the apartments, and they find out that, hey, there it is, you know, there's the Ferrari. Okay, so it's cool so far, right? But this is where, like, internet researchers do internet research. They ended up geolocating this exact point where the lot is located, and it's not difficult, okay, considering you can literally see the Staples Center in it. So it's roughly located around here. Now, Twitter user Misfit posted this over a month ago from the actual giveaway. Yes, this is them driving by the full send Ferrari, okay? This is them literally looking at the full send Ferrari itself. What is important is that fat full send by the good old Ferrari logo. God dang. I think you can even see the little Wizza logo next to it too, so it's like the same car. Now, what's really important and what made internet sleuths go crazy was they looked at this one sign next to the Ferrari giveaway car, and they found out that it said Broadway Palace Apartments. So, when you look at the Broadway Palace Apartments and put it into Google Maps, you can find out it's located here. So, when you do the math by Google Maps, alright, you can basically understand that this was, at most, an 11-minute walk from the area. A 3-minute drive, if you will. Yeah, this is where the Ferrari was parked a month ago, alright, from the winner. So even if you go by the date the winner was even picked, it still places the car in the parking structure around 5 to 6 weeks in advance, even from the win date on the site. Now, I'm not here to say that this giveaway is fake. I've been very transparent on that statement so far. I think you'll have plenty of people throwing the word scam around, and I'm not willing to make that claim without 1,000% proof. Like, proof for the actual proof. No, sweepstakes, again, they're regular. They definitely had to give the car away. I followed up by checking the winner's social media account, which I had, learned from the Wizza, CEO. We had a conversation about the winner. I found this winner account myself. Coffee found it. I looked through their account, and they definitely seem to own the Ferrari. Although it seems like the winner was a bit more fortunate than I thought, because it didn't really seem like this Ferrari was like the main expensive car that they own. In fact, it looked like they had plenty of other expensive cars too. In some cases, I saw at least 2 Lamborghinis. One of them in Taurus, which is a pretty expensive vehicle. I don't have to remind you. You know, when I see the amount of cars in just that post alone, I have to remind you that winner is also pretty fortunate on income taxes. Yeah, if you want a car like this, you actually have to declare it as income. So imagine for a second, you make something like $50,000 a year, and then all of a sudden you enter sweepstakes and win this Ferrari. So then based on the value that's advertised on the site, you'd have to look at the fine print for the true value, but anyways, the point is, your actual income taxes will be skyrocketed to somewhere around $400,000 for the same year. So if you make $50,000 and suddenly your personal income taxes are all the way up to $400,000, yeah, it's not exactly the best thing. This could financially ruin you. So unless you're willing to joyride for like a week, which most people do, and then liquid the car out, sell it off, you can make out relatively well. But so far, we have a car right now that was placed at the winner, 3 minutes by car. Look, I'm going to say 11 minutes by walk to make it sound a little bit better. This winner seems loaded as well, so winning this car didn't seem to screw them over financially, because it seems like so far, this is some Minecraft speedrun level of luck happening. We reached out to Wizz's CEO, and they confirmed that this was in fact random. The chances of all of this happening being super slim, however, this was still random as per their statement. Now listen, boys and girls and everyone, I think that sometimes the impossible can happen. No matter how unlikely no matter how lucky this giveaway was, I'm not prepared to call it a scam. Because, like I said, sweepstakes are these heavily regulated fields. And in this case, I reached out to Wizza. I didn't want to become like some standard D channel and just go half-cocked. I wanted to go right to the source. We went to Wizza's CEO, and we actually ended up digging out some receipts for these vehicles. So, beyond the receipts, I wanted to show that they actually provided the title deed to this same Ferrari. So, this proves that this Ferrari existed. They owned it. I mean, I'm not expecting anyone to fake literal California vehicle title deeds. The receipt they gave me showed very well that this car was bought from Beverly Hills Ferrari, and it was taken into their possession. And then very shortly after, it appears to have been kept in this Broadway Palace Apartments we saw earlier, and then later given away to the winner. Literally, the receipts are all here for anybody to see. Pause the video, look at it very carefully. I'll hopefully blur the most important information. It is a real vehicle. They did spend $400,000 on that Ferrari. In fact, here's the winner standing out by the title deed office, okay? Here's them having correspondence where they literally use some Amazon Web Service like engine to determine the winner here. So let's recap, okay? With all the information so far, all right, Wizza bought a Ferrari for almost $400,000. They stashed that same vehicle during the giveaway, then got Nelk on board to be the creative clout behind pushing this giveaway by way of partnership. And then when the winner gets drawn, it turns out that it's some other wealthy guy who lives just 3 minutes by drive from where that car was already stashed, with all the full send and Wizza decals already plastered, a car that was also being used before it was ever given away, and to my surprise as well. Like, there were people literally taking this car out for joyrides, from what it seemed like. And this surprised me, it surprised Wizza, it probably should also surprise Nell. Now look, that's a lot to cover, but the general gist of it is that this is some new fledgling company. It comes in, it does a giveaway with a large group of influencers, and the coincidences line up too well. Now you got two situations, okay? Wizza had the luckiest and smoothest sweepstake giveaway that I've ever seen. Winners in the same location, loaded as well, coincidentally, so it looks like the $350,000 add-on to the IRS wasn't also bad for this bid. I don't know who's luckier, the rich guy that won the Ferrari, or Wizza for the easiest sweepstake that I've ever seen of 2021. The giveaway was scrutinized so hard that it didn't make any massive headlines, like you weren't seeing it on like, you know, Insider or like New York Times, but it was enough for every party involved in the situation to look even further into it. And in this case, Nelk's legal team sent this letter to Wizza. So this legal letter comes to us from Nelk, alright? So this is like Nelk's legal correspondence, and this is a draft that was basically made 2 days after the premiere of the video that they made. And here they talk about the complaints they received from their own fans who entered into that Ferrari sweepstakes that were actually ineligible, meaning that they lived outside of the United States and Canada. Alright, so if basically you could only enter if you lived in the US or Canada, of course with the exception of Quebec, because somehow you have to screw over the French Canadians in this entire deal. I don't know. So besides this legal letter, I'm just going to read this real quickly for everyone. Nelk has received numerous complaints that its fans paid to enter for a drawing on Wizza, even though that they were actually ineligible, which resulted in them feeling scammed. Nelk's lawyers have advised that this is likely non-compliant with applicable law, and accordingly, Nelk would prefer that everyone be promptly reimbursed, as it seems it is also in Wizza's self-interest to ensure its sweepstakes are being legally held. Nevertheless, Nelk's primary aim in all of its ventures is to look out for all of its fans and ensure the relationship is never jeopardized. So Nelk will not be able to proceed negotiating the Wizza or Roobet agreements further, given the relationship between Wizza and Roobet and its recent developments. Nelk remains open-minded to finding an alternative partnership down the road, but continuing to pursue this potential partnership is no longer feasible. Now I'm going to drop another hot banger on you. I thought this letter was real. I don't think that Nelk would lie to me about legal correspondence. But it seems as though Wizza's CEO has stated they never received this letter from Nelk. So that's big news! Either Nelk lied to us, or Wizza lied to us. And at least Wizza gave me the receipt that said, wait a minute, we never received this in our inbox. What? I don't know. At this point, I don't know who to trust anymore. You know what I am going to trust is what I can see and the facts in front of me. So let's go down the rabbit hole. Now, if assuming that letter is true, and Nelk's legal team's passive aggressiveness was all about the idea of, hey, some of our fans complained that they were ineligible to win that fancy new supercar, Wizza clarified with me that they actually refunded anyone's tickets who operated outside the legal zone. Wizza rectified it, and, you know, to be honest with you, I believe that this may have just been a simple business error, but at the same time, this was enough to burn bridges with Nelk. And basically, if you look at their partner pages, after that day, shortly after the whole Ferrari giveaway, the Nelk team disappeared. The only one to win that Wizza Battle Royale was our good friend Steve Will Do It. Congrats on the chicken dinner, my buddy. Good job. Now, if Nelk's sending us that letter, which now it's open to the question if it was sent based on Wizza's CEO's own statement, is that apparently apparently, if you caught their legal correspondence, and usually the stuff is written pretty well, is they actually said that they couldn't go forward because of their connections with Bluehead Wizards in Chicago. Again, these legal letters are written incredibly carefully with all the statements that they make. Now, according to John Shahidi, who told CoffeeZilla, and this is apparently on the record, I'm going to get this reconfirmed. You might see an audio cut if it's not. That apparently deals with Wizza are effectively contingent with deals regarding Ruben. It's almost as if they're packaged. That's from Nell. Again, the CEO of Wizza vehemently denies these. So again, I feel like I'm playing a game of who's telling the truth, okay? Who's being upfront and real with me? And to give Wizza the credit, they're the ones who gave me a lot of money.
Now, the last thing I want to append to this is another receipt provided to me by Wizza, where they actually were communicating with the people who would logistically handle the sort of transportation of these vehicles to the respective winners. So this is rather interesting. If you look at the timestamps, they're discussing on the 24th of May, the 10th of June. So they actually do have correspondence where they're talking about deliveries of vehicles. The Slingshot is another giveaway that they're doing, but they also discuss very much that they're actually going to be talking about the giveaway with the Ferrari. We'll probably need to have a Ferrari shipped soon because that giveaway ends on the 14th. I don't know where it'll be shipped to until the winner is drawn, to which their correspondent, the logistics, the transportation individual goes, okay, I'll let you know as soon as I know and where I'll need it shipped. Now, the real important takeaways are the actual dates provided over here. I don't think somebody is going to fake these screenshots and send them to me, so obviously they've had to have some logistical contact for this massive supercar, okay? So again, it does provide further evidence that the giveaway was in fact real, right? Like the Ferrari giveaway should not have been faked. Again, these are also highly regulated fields, so I find it very difficult that people are willing to go out of their way to fake these things, especially when the law is not too far away.
Now, I have to imagine Nelk is not willing to cancel deals they have established time frames with, unless things are super serious. And listen, Nelk's legal team would not be legally mentioning a relationship between Rubet and Wizza if it didn't exist. But let's talk about what no one is really mentioning then, the cash flow. But before we get into the cash flow, we have to talk about a Lamborghini giveaway. Now, you might have seen this in part 3 with Coffee's video, but Nelk themselves have participated in one more giveaway. With a supercar, a Lamborghini made well, with a company known as Moose Gibbs back in the beginning of 2019. So this was the Full Send Lamborghini. Sign me up, boys. I'd love to drive with Full Send written on the side of my Lambo. God, can I get these things in stock? Is that an option? Please, God. Now, Moose Gibbs is a defunct site, but back then they were partnered with Nelk to give away this Lamborghini. All you had to do was sign up to the sweepstakes, pump some cash in, and hopefully you won this car. Now in this video, Nelk goes to court. They showcase this orange Lamborghini with Full Send branding, reveal it's part of a giveaway deal with a sweepstake charity we know as Moose Gibbs, okay? In fact, I'll let Nelk explain it for you.
We teamed up with Moose, and we're giving away a Lamborghini. This has never been done before in the history of the
nerds. Shout out to Moose for hooking us up with this Lambo to give away to one lucky fan. Make sure you guys go to the link at the top of the description right now, moosegibbs.com. Enter as many times as you guys want. Entries are only $1. Buy as many as you want, boys.
And we're going to be posting the winner live in 60 days. So you have 60 days to buy as many entries as you want.
Now, later on, they even joke about kind of rigging it with on the Impulsive podcast. Look, I know it's a joke, boys, but law enforcement doesn't really have a sense of humor when it comes to these things.
Is that yours? How do you get this Lambo?
We teamed up with this company called Moose, and they just approached us. They're like, yo, we got a Full Send Lambo. We want to team up with you guys
What's a full
to give it away.
What do you mean full send your brand?
Full Send, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's sick.
Yeah.
That's dope. Wait, okay, so what's the company that, like, how do you just get a Lambo?
They just hit us up. Moose is
Like
this company
it's
called
like a
Moose.
charity company. They bought the Lambo, and then we push through our fans, and then they buy entries. And then
So it's like $1 entries. You can buy as many as you want.
We're gonna cut this part out, but is there any way that we could rig it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
We've already rigged it, yeah.
Now, they mentioned that every entry is $1, which is an interesting point, but they don't even mention the free entry. Now, what's interesting about this Lamborghini is for Nelk, it sort of spawned what is the r/full-scam Reddit board, okay? So it's an entire subreddit of ex-Jilted fans who basically analyze and scrutinize the Nelk boys and their various, I would say, shady dealings. So this has basically spawned a sort of anti-community forum. But effectively, this Lamborghini has become a meme in that circle. Everyone asks who won this Lamborghini. Look, I don't know. I don't think we're ever gonna know. I don't even think aliens will ever know. I don't think the Lord cares to know. But listen, sometime later in 2019, after January, when Nelk was pushing it, in April we see another channel known as Car Wars offering a Moose Gives giveaway Lamborghini. Site in the description and all. Now, suspiciously looking similar to that full send Lamborghini we saw just a few months ago, right? By chronology. In fact, in the same video, they show how the ticket purchases actually work. You see in the selection screen, you can actually just pick the amount of entries, but do you notice they tried their absolute fucking hardest to hide the free option? Yeah, you gotta click that little tiny official rule button down there, and then you see it in the document that no price is required. Again, you know, this is there, so legally they can't be classified as a lottery, but rather a sweepstake. These companies, some of them do their absolute best to make that aspect as clouded as they can. No, look, anyway, this rabbit hole didn't get even more insane. The same Lamborghini appeared to show up in the same garage when we saw it on Nelk's Instagram, on this other guy's Twitter account. This guy is known as the YouTuber Zia, who you may know from Aiden Ross's streams. Same garage, they just switched up the branding on those same doors. I'm gonna put my balls on the line on that one. This Lamborghini may never have been given away. 3 times, 3 different creators, the same looking Lamborghini. Either they bought 3 exact models with the same color setup. You be the judge, okay? I'm not claiming anything here, okay? At the end of the day, someone may have won the Lamborghini, someone may not have won the Lamborghini. It might be on a different planet for all I'm concerned. From what I understand the story to be, Moose Gives went defunct, and it was allegedly believed that they didn't make enough money. I believe they made money, but they didn't make nearly enough money to actually justify or break even on the supercar giveaway. So when I'm looking at like this fly-by-night company like Moose Gives jumping into the trend where we're a charity, we want to give back, here's a Lamborghini we're giving away, but I don't see the...
So that's the charity, we're giving away Lamborghinis, babe.
That is definitely questionable and suspect.
Oh, that's fucking dumb.
Needs to definitely answer.
Man, we're supposed to be charitable. We're giving away Lamborghinis. That's gonna solve all of our problems.
Admitted that the partnership went sour, but that doesn't explain the lost money that fans obviously are missing with this weird sweepstake company. That needs to be properly addressed. So again, let's go back to the beginning. Where's the money coming from? So to understand, one thing I've learned is for these companies to be profitable, Omaze, Wizza, or Moose Gives, or whatever sweepstake, charity, for profit, whatever, you have to satisfy 3 primary aspects of the giveaway, from what I understand. Affording the prize. The Ferrari is like $398,000, and we've seen the receipts for that. How can they afford these cars in the first place? They gotta have some investors. Number 2, paying the influencer. I'm gonna let our friend Steve jump in, who can give a better idea about how much money you may be able to make on the Wizza sponsorships.
So anyways, I'm giving away $400,000 Ferrari, and it's my best friends.
Okay.
I got two of my best friends who've helped me a lot in my life. They helped me a lot. They started a company called Wizza, and they're giving away Ferrari, but I'm gonna help them out. But I told them, like, I turn down hundreds of thousands of dollars a month.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Oh, man, forget about Steve turning it down. That's how much he said he was offered. A guy who, by the way, is plastered on Wizza's partnership page. Unless Steve is drunk, which, listen, it's a very real possibility that Steve is fucking wasted. that much I can definitely put my balls on. That's an insane amount. The problem with recording every aspect of yourself and your life is you say some really dumb shit.
Yeah.
That's gonna make a lot of people question it. Now, even if Steve is gonna delete this tomorrow, that already hurts. Bro, we've already stated this. If you delete it, it's gonna make you look a little bit shady. Number 3, you have to give money to the charities as well. So you saw earlier, they did give money to the charities.
Okay, so the Lambo's the prize.
Get the prize.
I'm just actually dumb.
Because they're not obviously working for free. And then
see, exactly, when you're recording yourself all the time, you see, you say dumb stuff.
So that's a lot of money before you even become profitable. Now, according to Wiz's CEO, they expect at some point to be profitable in the long term, but currently they're not profitable because of their size and, of course, their age. Now, even if you ignore the profit, who are the investors then who are funneling enough money into this fledgling company to then give away not just one Ferrari, okay, but then multiple other expensive supercars, one of them being a McLaren and one of them being a Lamborghini? Well, in our conversation with Wizza, they confirmed two things. One, Alan, who you may remember from Part 2 and Part 1, was a character you've been hearing a bit about in the series. This person apparently serves as the person that connects a lot of these influencers between Rubet and Wizza. He's sort of like the overlap in the company, according to the CEO of Wizza themselves. Now, on a side note, I don't know why we need to compare Wizza to their competitors like Omaze. I showed earlier I can dig up a lot of information on the venture capital funding of Omaze. I can't do it with Wizza, okay? The CEO confirms that some of their investors were actually around during the CSGO gambling site days. Yeah, he says those sites were unregulated, but Wizza is the sweepstake that's very regulated. Now, I'm not claiming Wizza is faking sweepstakes. I'm not ever going to make that claim because obviously these are heavily regulated fields. I can't stress that enough. What I myself personally am concerned with are the investors who are able to then provide the funds to make these massive prizes and giveaways possible that are laid out in front of us. Now, see, if your investors, or rather, some of them are from a place where their source of funds were potentially from those CSGO unregulated gambling days, it's not a wild assumption or inference to believe that the organization Wizza may have had a portion of its funds come from sketchy or potentially illicit funds. Now, for those who don't remember the CSGO gambling days, here's a quick summary. 5 years ago around, various CSGO skin trading sites started to emerge. Not just one, not just two, but tens or potentially hundreds of these sites. At its peak, it was considered to be somewhere around a $5 billion and above market. Not cheap. Now, in 2016, Valve filed a cease and desist to around 23 sites, but this letter wasn't there to just shut the site down. See, basically, it was to restrict these sites from utilizing and mishandling the Steam API. So because of all these skin gambling sites, they basically effectively went against their acceptable use policy for Valve. Now, the sites didn't just vanish, okay? In fact, a lot of these sites decided to push the responsibility to you. So instead of breaking Valve's TOS in the site, accounts that wanted to gamble their skins provided and put their accounts on the line by using their own API tokens and interacting directly, thus violating Steam's TOS. But then again, what the fuck did you expect from an unregulated skin trading site hosted by sketchy individuals at best? Remember when Aiden Ross in Part 2 of this series told us on stream that Rubet and Wizza's owners are one and the same?
This house is sponsored by a company called like Wizza or some shit. I haven't paid rent at all, but I could do. And if you guys can help, you guys could literally help me come up with giveaways, like challenges, and like last person to blah 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 gets blah 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 blah. Like I could literally promote how I want to do it, how we want to do it. You guys can help me decide. Like, yo, Aiden, you should do a giveaway where you're doing this. They're actually really cool dudes, bro, and they're just like me. Like they own Rubet, they own that site, right?
And when Steve referred to his buddy Alan, nodded at the mentioning of Rubet during his little watch buying escapades, well, when you inspect Alan's social media profiles, he wasn't just interested in Rubet. Back to the whole video regarding Steve's first mention to his friend Alfonso, who was also referred to as Alan, we met two characters, Alan, of course, and his buddy Doom. In Part 2, I ended that video off with a showcase of the Rubet hot wallet. I showed how Banks, his public-facing wallet, had his first transaction from the second largest whale account of Rubet. Meaning Rubet sent that money from the hot wallet in Ethereum to other whale wallets. And then basically, this is where they would drop the most cash to. Banks received the initial Ethereum from one of these accounts, the second highest in question. Now, I had a call with Banks, and while he wanted to keep the owner of that account off the record, what I can share with you is this was a private sale from Banks with this other mystery individual. Banks gave them US dollars from his bank account and received Ethereum from this user, this Rubet wallet number 2. Now, in wallet number 2, the real takeaway from all of that I just said was wallet 2 has plenty of interactions that appear with wallet number 1. One such transaction was well worth $100,000 back then, which is now about $2 million at this point in time. No small amount. Now, that same wallet interacted with the public Doombits hot wallet, it seems, while also funding Doom 13's intermediary hot wallet account. If you forget what the intermediary account is, it's basically an account that you put money into for Roobet to then credit to your account so you can start gambling. So what I'm trying to really explain here is that these hot wallets belong to what are actual people, tied pretty heavily to Roobet.
So at this point of the edit, I have to just tell you that there's a lot of this entire story that remains very much off the record. The parties that are involved in a lot of cases, and we've talked to people that are very, very well into this entire situation, do not want to go on the record. They gladly discuss things with me or Coffee, but they will not go on the record. And so I'm going to omit those parts from the video, because obviously if they don't want me to go on the record, I can't include it, purely out of respect. Unfortunately, that aspect is frustrating. So let's move on to something that I didn't have to ask anybody to be on the record for.
Now, again, before we dive even further into this, we have to look at the connection between Roobet and Wizza. Now, while Wizza vehemently says that none of these deals between Roobet and Wizza are packaged, and the sites are actually different, however, they do share overlap between, each other, certain people that are working, like Alan, they are two separate companies. So, let's go on a little hunting spree, ladies and gentlemen, and let's go into the magical world of deleted Reddit accounts. One of the accounts that I want to look at is called One Element. Now, this account is one that I've confirmed actually on a call that unfortunately for the most part is off the record.
I can't tell you anything about this call, obviously, as it's off the record, and I don't even think I can give you the exact reasoning anymore, just because I had a call an hour ago, or sorry, a message an hour ago, and yeah, it's a very frustrating thing. Anyways, let's go to what I can show you.
If this account is deleted, you might be wondering, Muda, what's going to happen? What are you going to do? Well, ladies and gentlemen, according to a tool known as kamas.github.io/Reddit search, you can use these tools directly for yourself. Typing in the name One Element and looking at their posts yields 8 results. See, think of Kamas GitHub as sort of like a Reddit Wayback Machine. This archives Reddit posts all the time. So let's go down into the magical world, okay? So here you can see One Element is on Reddit/for-hire, where they're basically hiring to make WordPress pages. Of course, if you go up a little bit higher, you can start to see made 20 million last year, on track for 30 million this year AMA. I am an owner of an online casino, won't disclose which one. So you can see that they've got an Imgurling, which actually, if you right-click and open up in a new tab, it's actually 100% available. Profits and losses, January, December 2020. So here they're focusing and showing the income, $20.9 million, okay? $20.9 million bucks and 8,800 expenditures. Talk about one of the most finely run operations that I've ever seen. And remember, they're on track for 30 million. So what do you think the next post One Element made? r/Wizza Lounge. Yes, they created the r/Wizza subreddit, if this is to be believed. Then if you scroll up a little bit more, you might be wondering, but Muda, what if it's a different Wizza? Well, their last post that got archived on For-Hire was, hey guys, we're Wizza.com, a new company trying to give away cool things via a raffle system and donate a part of the proceeds to different causes. We just launched our MVP, and now that we have a better idea of what our product is, we want to start on redesigning the platform. We're looking for someone with UI/UX experience. So, I mean, that sounds pretty familiar to me, and you can actually tell this was a real post when you click on this page, and you can see that, yeah, this is a post that was at one point deleted. It got 25 updates on the internet 8 months ago. So yeah, these are real posts. These are real Reddit accounts that unfortunately don't exist anymore. But don't worry, when you post something onto the internet, you can't just wipe it away. It'll stay there. Now, if you look into the comments for our buddy, you can see that One Element is talking a lot about, wagers and online.
Very passive aggressively, I love that. That was great.
But, yeah, you can literally see them responding. So One Element goes contact CS at Roobet requesting a loan. If you actually click on that page right there, you can literally see what we're talking about even up close. Help me to stop. And then, bam, deleted post, deleted post. Started an online casino. And you might be wondering with how much money? Nope, started with about $50,000. $50,000 and turning it into $20 million? God bless, if that's what's to be believed. You can get further explanation. Like 2 years ago, I founded an online casino. It was my 5th casino that finally took off. It started to make good money March of 2020. And I'm on track to making $3 million a month for at least 2 more years. A disgusting amount of cash from an unregulated offshore casino. But, from what I understood, this person told me they're paying taxes, so hopefully it should all be good. Now, usually when it comes to casinos like this, you know, if I owned a casino that flew by all the rules and was totally legitimate in the United States, I put my name on it, and I definitely put it on my empire. That's a pretty interesting... If I'm making $3 million a month, alright, I mean, granted, I should probably be low-key about that earning, but if I was doing something legitimate, I wouldn't be ashamed with putting my fat name out there. They even talk about that this isn't their first success. This is their 3rd casino that they opened. God damn. The first time they blew $1 million on just useless cars and shit. I've learned a lesson. A lot of my business partners are just blowing money left and right, and I don't want to do that. I wonder who your business partners are. I mean, god damn.
And so we ended up tracing this account as well, our Starman. So let's go into some of the posts over here real quick.
This account also apparently seemed to create Roobet. Welcome to Roobet. Roobet was formed by a close-knit team and is now growing as expected. We're working 24/7 to create the best experience that we possibly can. If you stick with us, we can assure you that it'll definitely be worth it. To Starman's credit, he definitely did say, don't play from the United States. Sound advice, sound advice. You should also make it so that when your site, like I showed in episode 2, if you don't, you should definitely ask people to provide information before you know, they dump actual cryptocurrencies into your account. You should definitely do the KYC check, like any legitimate casino, before the money is ever deposited in. So look, that's a lot to drop in on you. Apparently, either this dude's one of the CS:GO investor overlaps that I talked about earlier. I mean, this is more than an overlap. The dude is literally hiring because they're running the Wizza company. They're making the Wizza subreddit, which you can't access anymore. It's been removed.
Ow.
This person's literally hiring people for Wizza, and also apparently claiming to own a casino. All right, an online crypto casino. And if you look into their comment section, the only casino that they're involved in talking about is Roobet. Now, to play devil's advocate and giving the benefits of the doubt in this situation, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying any of this is definite proof by any chance. You know, there's a very likely chance this could be some crazy nut job on the internet who is giving these, like, weird receipts for an online casino, and the only time they talk about an online casino to other people is the Roobet boards. And they apparently have made the Wizza subreddit, then they're on For Hire subreddit, hiring people as UX UI designers for a company called Wizza that surprisingly sounds very familiar to what we discussed nearly at the beginning of this video. Look, this could be a crazy nut job on the internet. I'm not discounting that fact. Listen, that could be a thing. There's a million ways to process this in your head. But I'm just giving you every possible scenario. I don't want to write these things off as definite. Again, I'm simply presenting to you all the information that I have. Really, it's all up to the viewer to, you know, decide for themselves. But again, I have to stress, Wizza did state a million times over to me and Coffee that these are in fact separate companies with no package deals. So let's go over some of these Roobet whale wallets, okay, to truly get an idea of how much money could potentially be moving through. So I've got 8 wallets over here. We'll look at some of the bigger ones together right now. So, some good old-fashioned Ethereum investigations like before. So this is Roobet's biggest whale, okay? So this is one of the biggest whale wallets that we've come across. Now, of course, if you look at their transactions, nothing is super-duper out of the ordinary. This wallet basically gets money from the Roobet hot wallet, and then, in a lot of times, they actually transact this money out to other accounts and eventually to other massive accounts. So initially, from what I'm looking at in this case, is most of these are going out to, like, what I believe to be different exchanges, or rather other mixers, in these tiny amounts. But all that's really noted is that the hot wallet extracts money out of these accounts. There are cases where, like, this will send a large chunk of money to the second hot wallet in the tune of, like, almost 500 Ether in some cases. There's nothing ever super duper weird about this wallet, but sometimes it does communicate to the Roobet hot wallet core. So whoever this hot wallet is, in fact, whoever these hot to 6 in the amount of 51 Ethereum. Even on the date of transaction, that 51 Ethereum came out to like 7 grand. It's not a small sum. Right now, it's worth $188,000. Ethereum blew up, my friends. That's
very
an
true.
understatement. At some point, the Rubet biggest whale then sent the second largest whale 153 Ethereum, ladies and gentlemen. These are not small sums. By today's standards, that is $500,000. Back then it was 21 racks. That's still not a small amount. And then they constantly send to the 6th and the 2nd and the 6th and then the 8th and then the 2nd over and over and over again. So whoever this account is just sending money back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
From one of the theories that I've learned regarding these accounts and their transactions between each other, sometimes this could be an account serving as a payment account to other executive accounts on the board. So, for instance, if these are the larger owners of Rubet, this one account is taking money out of Rubet and then paying people salaries or costs. And if you look at some of these other whale accounts, it's actually very much derived because every time they receive a certain amount, they'll send the exact same amount to an exchange. Now, this could most likely be them cashing out to a U.S. currency or any fiat currency, or it could be directly to another account through Coinbase. Again, I can't explicitly confirm that, but this seems to be sort of the operating theory so far. Some accounts here are sitting at $7.7 million worth of Ethereum. This is the 5th whale wallet, and in some cases, the whale wallet is sending to an NFT wallet in the value of 300 ether, sorry, not 300,000 ether. That would be mental. But I'm not going to reveal these accounts yet, which is why I'm censoring the names heavily. But if you look over here, this is more for a part 6, because this is where we're really going to get diving into who's like really on Rubet, where the money is really headed to. So if you go look around at their ERC20 tokens, you can literally see that this account is just whaling in the CryptoPunks and then sending them over to another person involved in this entire situation that I'm not naming yet, but this is their NFT wallet account. Again, I'm also trying to get more confirmation on these users as well. But you can see that CryptoPunks is sort of an NFT of sorts. I mean, if you go down, you have 4 pages worth of NFTs. You've got Bored Apes Yacht, you've got Meebits, you've got Bored Apes Kennel, you've got On One Force, you've got some of the biggest names in NFTs sitting around on these accounts. These are massive NFT investments that I have seen. Stuff that rivals anything influencers own right now. But the last but not least of the wallets is sitting at around $7,000 of Ethereum. Clearly not the richest account that I've ever seen. This is where you also have to look at the ERC20 tokens for some of these systems because they're holding more money than you could ever expect. In fact, this person's ERC tokens, if we're going just by Tether, involves them getting $50 worth of it. And then they decided to get 10,000. And then they decided to up the ante a little bit and get $500,000. Then another $500,000. Then another $500,000. All roughly, 2 of those transactions within 48 hours, really. But don't worry. Then they decided to get 300,000. Then $500,000. Then another $500,000. And ladies and gentlemen, when all was said and done, they then sent $100 to this account. But then, that same account sent them $10 back. To which they decided, I'm going to go all in and give them $1 million. But then they felt a little more charitable and gave them $1.7 million. Okay, so that was a lot of money, and we were just roughly looking at this scenario. So let's get down to the bottom of this entire thing. So basically, Wiz's CEO told us they're not a profitable company yet. However, they have overlap in marketing and investors. And this is coming from their DMs. Nelk Lawyers confirming, John Shahidi confirming, that some of the deals are packaged together. Again, assuming that their legal letter is factual. Because Wiz is claiming they never even received that same, they never received the correspondence. I don't know what to believe. Steve will do it, saying they're making over $100,000 a month. Aiden Ross telling us the owners are the same. How can this new startup with no real news and established base have this many investor funds, and from where? Look, there's people who are theorizing that there's a money laundering conspiracy, and that is a heavily accusatory claim. I'm not willing to make that claim unless I can prove it 100%. Wizza denies any of those claims. Now, while Wizza has provided plenty of receipts, there's also receipts provided by other parties involved in this whole level that are bringing everyone's receipts into question. So what we've learned is influencers aren't
so much the ringleaders, but the puppets of the shadowy cabal who have control over these massive Roobet whale funds. You've got Reddit posts from deleted accounts, long deleted accounts, of individuals who claim to, I guess, run an online casino and only really talk about Roobet, and at the same breath, hire people for this fledgling new sweepstake company known as Wizza. It's a wild quagmire to get into. Look, I am giving you every possible information I can from every single party. But in a case like Wizza and Roobet, there is a lot of overlap. There is a lot of, stories from every side. And one thing that I've learned is that this whole situation has unfortunately become more complicated than I have ever actually expected. While yes, Wizza claims that they are an individual company from Roobet, you've got people who are involved in the influencer side, people who are getting paid by, in some cases, the houses they live under are getting paid by Wizza, directly stating that their owners own Roobet. It's a wild situation to jump into. And honestly, if these influencers weren't dumb motor mouths, nobody would be making this video. Honestly, what Roobet does isn't so much.
That's kind of scary part too, right? It's like what else is going on that we don't know about.
Curacao-based crypto casino. The unfortunate problem with Roobet is it's partnering with people that frankly leak out way too much information and make so many claims that it can't stop anybody from the internet from reasonably assuming a lot of things in the worst possible ways.
Now, towards the tail end of this video, we looked at the Roobet hot wallets, obviously, and the idea for all of that, ladies and gentlemen, was to get a scope of the Roobet expenses, the Roobet operation itself, too. Now, even when we looked at the deleted post by one element, we got a rough idea of 20 million a month, up to 30 million in the following year. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm looking into it is Wizza will tell me numerous times that these organizations are incredibly separate, and I'm relaying that because that's their side of the work. And to give Wizza credit, they have been very forthcoming with their receipts towards me. So, again, I have to thank Andre and his team for that. But the idea here is, when those receipts are legit, I have to question where the investor money is and who is really funneling that much money in privately. You know, in a lot of other companies, like Omaze that we were looking up, we were digging up literal public records of investor funding, series funding that was headed towards the company. Now, with a lot of investors, or at least some according to Andre, who've tied back to the CSGO era days, we really have to start questioning who these people are, where their money gets sent, and we have to get an idea of the money flow itself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end for part 4. Because in part 6, we're really going to be looking into the CSGO shit. We're really going to be looking into these big whale wallets, more than we've cursory looked into right now. But I have to say, look, I'm not an idiot. I might be dumb, but I'm not this dumb to the point where, I'm going to put my blinders on, especially when there's so many conflicting things that are attacking at us. So I know we went over a lot, but ladies and gentlemen, take a breather, process this, because next week, Andre is going to be talking to his friend Steve. So ladies and gentlemen, look forward to that. Look forward to the finale for the whole thing right after part 5 next week with my part 6, where we'll be tying everything off and I can hopefully get some sleep. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and if you like this video, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. Go sub to CoffeeZilla and sub to me if you want. This is me, Mutahar, and I am...
Great series. Like, I've become very disillusioned with the crypto world lately, especially with all this scam stuff and as well as what NFTs have become. The crypto's got so many good possibilities, same with the NFTs, but it just becomes absolute bullshit. Because again, it has mechanisms that can be easily abused, so it's just kind of what do you do? Okay. I'm gonna put these bottles. I gotta put these balls away. Going hard. But no, I'm also, what time is it right now? Is it only 10? It's 11:60. Oh, crap, I want to get some drinks. And by drinks, I mean Capri Suns, not alcohol. I have alcohol upstairs. I'm also kind of broke, so I'm not trying to spend money on alcohol right now.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no. Hey. I gotta do that homework at some point, but like, man, I really don't want to. But I guess it's have like a lot to catch up on, and like I just have to like power through it, and it just kind of sucks. But I can do it. Oh fuck.
Jeffrey.
Lost. But I need to like. I'm gonna be right back. Here we go. Can I create like a text box? Yeah, that's sourced. Let's get like a better let's get like a better font family that matches what we're doing here. Look, I'm gonna keep like I just want to get my shrinks like fix. I can do some more of this later. Looks so bad. Make it orange. And background color. Make it shit dark gray. It didn't work for background color like I thought it would. Aha. Okay, now it looks kind of better. You can make that way darker. There. That looks not terrible. It's like, God, I hate being a fucking graphic designer. Okay, let's fucking make this look a little bit better. What about S? Can I start with the S or something? I'm trying to find like the type that looks kind of like blenny black that I use. And Not stencil. It looks terrible. You know what? That fits enough with the theme. It's not exactly the same. It can update it later. But like, no, that's not bad. There's no way you can have like, oh, God, it's so annoying. They can like add more like a margin. It looks pretty bad, but I'm done dealing with it. We'll be back. Nice! I hurt my finger. Charlie! Oh, Bruna. Give me my phone back. I need my keys. Got the keys. Where the fuck are my keys at? There they are. Can't fight it anymore. You come around, we got the loving in store. Baby, don't take your love away. never laughs. Oh my god. Oh my god. My back. I'm so old. I talked with the CEO of YouTube. I like how nothing came of that. That was just a disappointment. At least so far, nothing's come of it. It seems like the same old bullshit's still happening from, like, you know, small YouTubers getting banned. I think they should honestly create, like, a verification system that's very easy to get into. Like, you know, obviously I think there would have to be some kind of threshold, because part of the problem is logistically, how do you moderate the, like, massive amount of content that's uploaded on YouTube every day? And that's why they have automated, like, automated moderation system. I think if you, like, get, like, above, like, 5,000 subscribers or something, you should be able to apply for verification, and if you get accepted in, like, basically they check to make sure that you got your subscribers legitly, that you're not, like, weird, like, kids channel with Elsa stuff, if you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think if they, like, they could verify to make sure that none of that stuff was happening, and then, yeah, just let you be verified instead of getting, like, getting an ass handed to you by the auto moderation. You can have anyone that's verified have to be checked by an actual person, and that way, you know, the workload still kind of it's more manageable while still especially with that, like, low threshold, like 5,000 subscribers or something like that, to at least apply. I think it could work. I think it definitely work. Anyways, let's get back to the shit.
Jeffrey Bezos, one of the richest men in the world. He serves as the perfect example that money can't buy happiness and it can't buy social skills. This dude is a walking cringe compilation. Now, he hasn't always been this way. I remember a couple of years ago there was a blackmail attempt where someone had pictures of his bulge. I don't think it was full-blown nudes, like they didn't have his full cock and balls wiener exposed or anything, or like butthole pics or anything like that. I believe it was just his bulge, and they were threatening to release it. And he's like, yeah, go ahead and do it, pussy. I don't care.
Fucking
Jeff
Bezos.
Fucking turbo Chad stance. He's like, yeah, go ahead and show the world my massive penis. Oh no. And I gave him like a round of applause. I was like, damn, what a way of handling that. But now, ever since he went to space, he came back like a super cringe master. Now, of course, most of you are going to remember, like, a month ago, he had this beautiful speech the first time he went to space, where he thanked all of the Amazon workers and customers for paying for his space trip.
I want to thank every Amazon employee and every Amazon customer, because you guys paid for all of this. So, seriously, for every Amazon customer out there and every Amazon employee, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm still shook they sound like
you,
that.
But as a man who's used Amazon before, I had tears in my eyes, finally getting a little appreciation for my hard work here and my shopping habits. I was listening to this, pumping my fist like, yes, Jeffy B, glad I could help. You know, I think this is up there with one of the best speeches of all time. In the same conversation as something like JFK's "We choose to go to the moon" speech. This was just so powerful, and it's incredible that Jeffrey Bezos, in all of his wealth, still finds a way to be so down to earth. But not literally, because no doubt when he was in space, he probably shit in the toilet and just sent it back down to our planet, our forsaken little space rock. Just as a reminder of our place in Jeffy B's grand scheme here, he can literally shit on us whenever he wants to. Now, Mr. Bezos has always been known as a man of class, so I really appreciated him giving thanks to the Amazon workers that made this space travel possible, and I'm sure they appreciated the gesture. As they were pissing in their bottles at the warehouse, I'm sure they had a faint smile on their face as they were celebrating their CEO's success. Now, this is not the most recent thing he did, but I just thought it was worth mentioning because Jeffrey Bezos has become the fucking spicy cringe deity supreme. It's actually incredible how often he's able to embarrass himself like this. What happened yesterday, though, is the new gold standard for billionaire embarrassing moments. So he sent William Shatner to space, Captain Kirk, and when William Shatner returned, he had like a life-altering experience. He was extremely moved. Jeffrey didn't give a fuck. love how desperate Jeff Bezos looks to just get the fuck out of the conversation. He looks like me back in high school trying my best to pay attention in class, but not doing a great job of even faking it. He is so bored out of his mind, he just wants to go butt chug some champagne with the boys and girls over there at the frat party.
I want one! He is so cringy. Oh no! What? In like the middle of like Sharon or giving like this like, man, I so changed my face. Like, yeah, party! He's like standing there awkwardly. It's just like.
Yeah, William Shatner did seem like he was having a good time. Admittedly, I don't know why William was trying to tell it like a campfire story, hoping everyone would like gather around to listen to his wisdom or something at the Christmas fireplace or whatever. Like, it's, you know, maybe not the best time to be trying to tell some kind of profound story, but extremely douchey from Jeff to just completely interrupt him like, can you shut the fuck up, you geriatric old man? I'm trying to fucking shoot champagne, baby! Let's see some titties! Fucking hosing everyone down as William's trying to talk. And offering him champagne is kind of a slap in the face and spitting in his mouth because William Shatner is a recovering alcoholic. And so he's just champagne showering everyone, and then he gets fucking bukkakied with champagne too, so William's just getting blasted.
I didn't know about that.
Bezos is clapping and laughing.
I was too young to know about
history of alcohol abuse, so that was pretty cool, Jeff. Now, from what I understand, and these are all rumors and whatever, but William Shatner is apparently pretty egotistical himself. But I still feel for him here because he was very clearly moved by this experience. He played fucking Captain Kirk in Star Trek. Him going to space is probably something he's dreamed about his entire life. Then he finally gets to go to space with a smile on his face and cum in his pants, and Jeff just can't give him a moment to just kind of like unwind before trying to waterboard him with champagne. Now, in all fairness, I think it's important that I mention right after this clip, Jeff does allow William Shatner to speak. He gives him like 10 minutes to just talk about his experience, and I was expecting him to interrupt it again with like a keg stand this time around, maybe even snorting coke off of a stripper's butthole or something, just telling William to, you know, shut up while he does a line, but he doesn't. He lets William continue and talk for like 8 to 10 minutes, so that was nice. But it doesn't make this first exchange here any less awkward and cringy. I just wanted to share it just because I was kind of giggling about it. Felt bad for William Shatner, but god damn it, what an incredible little disaster on
yeah, that was hilarious.
And that's about it. See ya.
That was great. I love that, dude. Like, how can you, like, be so tone deaf, man? Oh, no. Oh, God. Man, Jeffrey Bezos definitely learned a lot in space. Like, you know, how we need to move all the pollution into space. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't have to do homework, I would get into some more news video about space, that the first not SpaceX, Blue Origins, like, rocket launch? That's what I'm trying to say. I think get shot by a skeleton. Fuck off! Fuck. Aim. I don't aim, bitch. Get out of here. Oh, you too? Fuck out of here. I should probably this last text speech done. Approach. Right now. Problem is, it's on my monitor. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. That's what the fuck away. God damn it! Get out of here! Sorry if that was loud. Hold up. You're about to get crushed by my flip flop, bitch. Sorry. Usually I try to save bugs, but cockroaches, you're invasive. I can't. I have to kill all you. Okay, you suck for the first shitty skeleton. Finally, that's how they should all be. You need like just a slight more degree of variance in the shots. Okay. What am I trying to do here? Hi. That's what I'm trying to do. You know what? No, I'm gonna watch this. This is a good video.
Copyright, fair use, public.
That's bullshit. That was doing shit. You're cool.
I often consider in my shower hours. See, on my other channel, I tried to upload a video about the Lawnmower Man. Everything I used was under fair use, and I tried to edit it. I tried to do pretty much everything you could imagine, but it still got hit, and, but anyway.
Oh, that's a good video, too.
What if
you should go check out that channel, by the way.
Copyright law was different? What if it wasn't just changed? What if it reverted back to what it was originally?
It's all history help.
That's right. In the 1700s, there was copyright law. It was a bit different than it is today. Mass media didn't exist beyond books and maps and charts, and these would be protected. The goal was to allow an author to retain rights and make money for a reasonable amount of time before that work would enter the public domain and become accessible to all. It was 14 years. Plus 14 years if you wanted to renew, so 28 years. Today, it is the author's lifespan, plus 70 years after they die,
oh
or
my
90 years after
so bad.
publication. But let's just say, what if it reverted to 28 years? What if somebody just snapped their fingers right now, and instantly that became the standard of copyright law? Surely it's unrealistic, and yes, every corporation on the planet would lobby to get this undone. But let's just imagine for a second, what if it happened? And what if we could go back? At first I thought, well, that'd be pretty cool, right? I mean, anything made during 1993 or prior would now be free for everybody. Every film, every piece of music, every game, every book, everything. But, as good as it sounds, this is a double-edged sword. While you could finally get all those SNES games, and I mean, I could upload that Lawnmower Man video with no problem, a lot can go wrong. While we often think of public domain helping us, the average person consuming the media or manipulating it in some way, a lot of these transformative works, remaking these works, are not gonna just be fan projects. Because movie studios, they would have the same public domain access that you do. Immediately, you would see attempts to remake every major film. There would no longer be any stipulation with who owns the rights. Disney could legally take any incarnation of Batman before 1993 and shove it in the MCU, because why not? You could simply cover and remake any song ever written without crediting anybody. If you consider Disney's remakes soulless, imagine what this would look like. Imagine if Illumination Studios made Blade Runner starring Gru, Citizen Kane, except Rosebud ends up being his undying love for WB Properties. Eraserhead, starring John C. Reilly. Well, okay, I'd actually watch that one. For a while, it'd just be pure chaos. Everybody would be jumping on this new potential material, trying to one-up the competition, because this is all incredibly valuable properties. So, film is dead, right? Okay. But what about fan works, though? Even if all this is spoiled, couldn't fans just freely adopt or adapt or discuss or do whatever they want to these old properties? Well, maybe. Even today, a lot of things that could be considered fair use don't really matter, since a company with more money can simply argue, we're right, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You're not going to go to court over it because you can't afford it. And this could bring up a lot of problems. Just because Sherlock Holmes is in the public domain right now, that doesn't mean you can make your own sequel or remake of these modern adaptations. only the works and ideas from before 1993 would be in the public domain. And in this influx of new remakes, new remasters, what have you, a lot of corporations would still want to hold on to these brands. So if you want to make a new Mario game, you'll have to derive all the elements from any title before this era. You could do this, you could follow it to a T, but since Nintendo finds this property so valuable, you might have a fight on your hands. They could simply say, the clouds in your massive open-world Mario adventure are derivative of the clouds in Mario Kart Double Dash, a title that isn't in the public domain. You could try fighting it in courts, but they have the money, the time, and you don't. Of course, that oversaturation would hit hard, especially at first with everything getting a remake or an unauthorized sequel. Next, as things slow down, it'd be clear that some properties work better with certain companies. The audience might decide that rather than enjoying the Back to the Future cinematic universe provided by Viacom, maybe you want Sony's Back to the Future cinematic universe. And yeah, I think it would all be cinematic universes. Realistically, these one-offs and traditional franchises would not justify their existence with so much competition. After 30 years, this all just goes to whoever. So you need a leg up. I think the easiest way to do this, rather than simply make better movies, would be long-term storytelling, much like the MCU, because this would still have a legacy, a history. Even if Iron Man goes into the public domain by 2036, there would still be a vast difference over this universe and that. But simultaneously, audiences might just suffer from burnout from all of this. I mean, in terms of games, it gets a bit more iffy. Like, say it's 2030 and EA wants to make a new video game called Halo 2. They could do this, but they would have to avoid mentioning anything that came after Halo 1 and somehow make it work. But also, you know, the general response from the public probably wouldn't be too positive. And I think the industry would just burn out over the course of 10 years with predictable reboot and remake patterns. I mean, in 2030, you could remake 2002 films, in 2031, 2003, and so on and so forth. Just think about every studio making its own Shrek 2 and releasing them in the same weekend.
Really?
You go to the ticket guy and you'd say, I want to see Shrek 2, and there's like 10 Shrek 2s. What would you do? What would you actually do? But yeah, I don't. I guess that's the video. I mean, I don't have anything else to say. This is something that could never happen, and I created magical constraints so it could happen. And it'd be interesting though, right? I guess the biggest point here is that as much as even I despise a lot of copyright law and various things of media, at the end of the day, it could be worse. I think a world with everything in the public domain would be just as bad as nothing in the public domain. You know what, actually, I think it might be worse. I think that's definitely worse.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like with the way you said that, like, eventually, like, trends would, like, burn out like that. Or, like, there'd definitely be, like, an issue with it in the short term, but I'm not sure, like, in the long term. I mean, I guess, you know, I guess we probably would find a way to persist in some way. But I think it might actually still be... I actually might think it might be better, but I might be also foolish here.
Hold up.
Alright, here we go. Here goes nothing.
Who paid the piper? The CIA and the Cultural Cold War. Francis Stunner Saunders. Granta Books. London. Introduction. The way to carry out good propaganda is never to appear to be carrying it out at all. Richard Crossman. During the height of the Cold War, the US government committed vast resources to a secret program of cultural propaganda in Western Europe. A central feature of this program was to advance the claim that it did not exist. It was managed, in great secrecy, by America's espionage arm, the Central Intelligence Agency. The centerpiece of this covert campaign was the Congress for Cultural Freedom, run by CIA agent Michael Joss Elson from 1950 till 1967. Its achievements, not least its duration, were considerable. At its peak, the Congress for Cultural Freedom had offices in 35 countries, employed dozens of personnel, published over 20 prestige magazines, held art exhibitions, owned a news and features service, organized high-profile international conferences, and rewarded musicians and artists with prizes and public performances. Its mission was to nudge the intelligentsia of Western Europe away from its lingering fascination with Marxism and communism towards a view more accommodating of the American way. Drawing on an extensive, highly influential network of intelligence personnel, political strategists, the corporate, who paid the piper, establishment, and the old-school ties of the Ivy League universines, the incipient CIA started, from 1947, to build a consortium whose double task it was to inoculate the world against the contagion of communism, and to ease the passage of American foreign policy interests abroad. The result was a remarkably tight network of people who worked alongside the agency to promote an idea, that the world needed a Pax Americana, a new age of enlightenment, and it would be called the American Century. The consortium which the CIA set up.
No way! They were that narcissistic? No way. The old school ties to Ivy League universities, the incipient CIA started from 1947 to build a consortium whose double task was to inoculate the world against the contagion of communism and to ease the passage of American foreign policy interests abroad. This result was remarkably... Oh my god, another one feels... Get ready. Get back here, bitch. Damn it. Yeah, you got away this time. You look at some bitch. Anyways, there's always a remarkably tight network of people who worked alongside the agency to promote an idea that the world needed a Pax Americana, a new age of enlightenment that would be called the American Century. Okay, yeah, that is actually terrible. That is really fucked up. I also realized I don't have my background. That is really fucked. That is terrible. We are so imperialistic. Like, that is such an imperialistic move. And this was in 1947, dude. We're just, you know, we're trying to have our interests abroad be served. And that's bullshit. Get tired of the snow up here. I'm trying to. I'm actually just gonna stop like right here. We're like cutting into the mountain. Anyways, let's get going again.
Of what Henry Kissinger described as an aristocracy dedicated to the service of this nation on behalf of principles beyond partisanship, was the hidden weapon in America's Cold War struggle, a weapon which, in the cultural field, had extensive fallout. Whether they liked it or not, whether they knew it or not, there were few writers, poets, artists, historians, sklensts, or critics in post-war Europe whose names were not in some way linked to this covert enterprise. Unchallenged, undetected for over 20 years, America's spying establishment operated a sophisticated, substantially endowed cultural front in the West, for the West, in the name of freedom of expression. Defining the Cold War as a battle for men's minds, it stockpiled a vast arsenal of cultural weapons, journals, books, conferences, seminars, art exhibitions, concerts, awards. Membership of this consortium included an assorted group of former radicals and leftist intellectuals whose faith in Marxism and communism had been shattered by evidence of Stalinist totalitarianism. Emerging from the pink decade of the 1930s, mourned by Arthur Koestler as an abortive revolution of the spirit, a misfired renaissance, a false dawn of history, their disillusionment was attended by a readiness to join in a new consensus, to affirm a new order which would substitute for the spent forces of the past. The tradition of radical dissenter, where intellectuals took it upon themselves to probe myths, interrogate institutional prerogative, and disturb the complacency of power, was suspended in favor of supporting the American proposition. Endorsed and subsidized by powerful institutions, this non-communist group became as much a cartel in the intellectual life of the West as communism had been a few years earlier, and it included many of the same people.
Yeah, that's, again,
3.
terrible.
There came a time when, apparently, life lost the ability to arrange itself, says Charlie Citrin, the narrator of Saul Bellows Humboldt's GTFT. It had to be arranged. Intellectuals took this as their job. From
Intellectuals.
Machiavelli's time to our own, this arranging has been the one great, gorgeous, tantalizing, misleading, disastrous project. A man like Humboldt, inspired, shrewd, nutty, was brimming over with the discovery that the human enterprise, so grand and infinitely varied, had now to be managed by exceptional persons. He was an exceptional person, therefore he was an eligible candidate for power. Well, why not, too, like so many Humboldts, those intellectuals who had been betrayed by the false idol of communism now found themselves gazing at the possibility of building a new Weimar, an American Weimar. If the government, and its covert act non-arm, the CIA, was prepared to assist in this project, well, why not? That former left-wingers should have come to be roped together in the same enterprise with the CIA is less implausible than it seems.
Hold up.
There was a genuine community of interest and conviction between the agency and those intellectuals who were hired, even if they... There came a time when, apparently, life lost the ability to arrange itself, says Charlie Citrin, the narrator of Saul Bellows Humboldt's GTFT. It had to be arranged. Intellectuals took this as their job. From, say, Machiavelli's time to our own, this arranging has been the one great, gorgeous, tantalizing, misleading, disastrous project. A man like Humboldt, inspired, shrewd, nutty, was brimming over with the discovery that the human enterprise, so grand and infinitely varied, had now to be managed by exceptional persons. He was an exceptional person, therefore he was an eligible candidate for power. Well, why not, too, like so many Humboldts, those intellectuals who had been betrayed by the false idol of communism now
found... I need to read this out loud, but I'm gonna sleep first, so I don't die. Try this again, one more time. There came a time when apparently life lost ability to arrange itself, says Charlie Citrin, the narrator of Saul Bellows Humboldt's gift. It had to be arranged. Intellectuals took it as their job from, says Machiavelli's time to our... Oh my god, you're kidding me. Are you really here? Fuck off. trying to read. I'm trying to read radical text. A man like Humboldt, intellectuals took it as their job, said to make about at least time to our own. This arranging has been one of the greatest, gorgeous, tantalizing, misleading, disastrous projects. Okay, makes sense. A man like Humboldt's inspired true nutty was brimming over with the discovery that the human enterprise, so grand and infinitely varied, now had to be managed by exceptional persons. He was an exceptional person. Therefore, he was an eligible candidate for power. But why not? So many like Humboldt, those intellectuals who had been betrayed by the false idols of communism, now found themselves gazing at the possibility of building a new Weimar, an American Weimar. If the government and its covert Akram arm, the CIA, was prepared to assist in this project, well, why not? The former left-wingers should have come to be roped together with the same enterprise with the CIA's less impossible than it seems. There was a genuine community of interest and conviction between the agencies and those intellectuals who were hired, even if they didn't know it, that they were fighting a cultural war. You know, it's misguided because it's like, well, I know what I'm talking about. Everyone kind of does, be fair, right? And it's like, well, if no one does, then are we going to be okay? It's difficult because it all also comes from like being misguided from the CIA. They were at least these ex-leftist thinkers, intellectuals, as they were called in this article. You know, they're being lied to the CIA, but they also have ideas that they can bring on the new. Them, you know, it's doing stuff for individualistic, like, well, I'm intellectual, I know what I'm doing. I can change the world, and there's something honestly, I kind of suffer from too a little bit. I think it's kind of like that. Like, I want to be like, oh man, I want to make the world a better place and like be the one to, or be one of the people even, because that's something that's changed over time for me over the years. But like, I want to be like one of the people who fights to change the world, and you know, at least for a time, I was like, man, what if I got remembered like in the history books and stuff? But like, you know, lately I've become a lot more jaded with that too. But it's like, you know, it's feelings versus logic, right? And feelings can be irrational. You can like still even like kind of like daydream about that, or straight be like, oh man, you know, like what to be like great, to be considered like a great thinker in today's day and age, right? You know, from like like someone from the past being like looked at as like, oh man, this guy really shaped our world with their thoughts. You know, it's I get that at least, right? At the same time, you have to realize the folly in it. You know, like, this is a good example of how that misguided intentions and feelings can lead you astray and lead to you being manipulated by the CIA, apparently, in this case. But, you know, yeah. Anyways, let's get this going again.
Themselves gazing at the possibility of building a new Weimar, an American Weimar. If the government, and its covert Aknon arm, the CIA, was prepared to assist in this project, well, why not? That former left-wingers should have come to be roped together in the same enterprise with the CIA is less implausible than it seems. There was a genuine community of interest and conviction between the agency and those intellectuals who were hired, even if they didn't know it, to fight the cultural Cold War. The CIA's influence was not always, or often, reactionary, and Simster 3 wrote America's preeminent liberal H.L. Storm, Arthur Schlesinger. In my experience, its leadership was politically.
There was a genuine community of interest and conviction between the agency and those intellectuals who were hired, even if they didn't know it, to fight the cultural war. The CIA's influence was not always often reactionary or sinister, wrote American pre-eminent something Arthur singular. In my experience, its leadership was politically enlightened and sophisticated. This viewed CIA as a haven of herbalism. Yeah, I don't know what that. Acted as a powerful document to collaborate with, or if not this, at least the. Some of this got really jarbled. To the myth that it was well motivated. Or well intentioned, I guess, probably. And yet, this perception sits uncomfortably with the CIA's reputation as a ruthlessly interventionist and friendly, unaccountable instrument of American Cold War power. Who said this?
Enlightened and sophisticated, for this view of the CIA as a haven of liberalism acted as a powerful inducement to collaborate with it, or, if not this, at least to acquiesce to the myth that it was well motivated. And yet these perceptions sits uncomfortably with the CIA's reputation as a ruthlessly interventionist and frighteningly unaccountable instrument of American Cold War power. This was the organization that masterminded the overthrow of Premier Mossadegh Iran in 1953, the ousting of the Arbenz government in Guatemala in 1954, the disastrous Bay of Pigs Operation M 1961, the notorious Phoenix program in Vietnam. It spied on tens of thousands of Americans, harassed democratically elected leaders abroad, plotted assassinations, denied these activities to Congress and, in the process, elevated the art of lying to new heights. By what strange alchemy, then, did the CIA manage to present itself to high-minded? Who paid the piper? Intellectuals like Arthur Schlesinger as the golden vessel of cherished liberalism? The extent to which America's spying establishment extended its reach into the cultural affairs of its Western allies,
by the way,
acting as an acknowledged facilitator to a broad
out.
range of creative activity, positioning intellectuals and their work like chess pieces to be played in the great game, remains one of the Cold War's most provocant legacies. The defense mounted by custodians of the period, which rests on the claim that the CIA's substantial financial investment came with no STNNGS attached, has yet to be seriously challenged.
There's no strings. Just view the CIA as a haven of let's just say, intellectuals' ideas, act as a powerful inducement to collaborate with it, or if not this, at least acquiesce to the myth that it was well-intentioned, yet this perception sits uncomfortably with CIA's reputation as ruthlessly interventionist and frighteningly unaccountable instrument of American Cold War power. This organization masterminded the overthrow of the premier Mossadegh in Iran, ousting of Arbenz government in Guatemala, disastrous Bay of Pigs Operation 1961, a notorious Phoenix program in Vietnam. It spied on 10,000 Americans, harassed democratically elected leaders abroad, plotted assassinations, denied these activities to Congress, and in the process elevated the art of lying to new heights. By what strange alchemy, then, did the CIA manage to present itself as to the high-minded? Intellectuals like Golden Festival Report cherished liberalism, the extent to which America's spying establishment intellectuals and their work relation. The defense mounted by custodians of this period, which rest on the claim that CIA's substantial financial investments had no strings attached, has yet to be seriously challenged.
Amongst intellectual circles in America and Western Europe there persists a readiness to accept as true that the CIA was merely interested in extending the possibilities for free and democratic cultural expression. We simply helped people to say what they would have said anyway, goes this blank checkney of defense. If the beneficiaries of CIA funds were ignorant of the fact, the argument goes, and if their behavior was consequently unmodified, then their independence as critical thinkers could not have been affected. But official documents relating to the cultural Cold War systematically undermine this myth of altruism. The individuals and missioners subsidized by the CIA were expected to perform as part of a broad campaign of persuasion, of a propaganda war in which propaganda was defined as any organized effort or movement to disseminate reformation or a particular doctrine by means of news, special arguments, or appeals designed to influence the thoughts and actions of any given group. As a vital constituent of this effort was psychological warfare, which was defined as the planned use by a nation of propaganda and activities other than combat which communicate ideas and reformation intended to influence the opinions, attitudes, eminence, and behavior of foreign groups in ways that will support the achievement of national aims. Further, the most effective kind of propaganda was defined as the kind where the subject moves T and the direction udisylra for reasons which he behaves to be HZS own. 6 It is useless to dispute these definitions. They are littered across government documents, the dawnies of American post-war cultural diplomacy. I introduce you on 5. Clearly, by camouflaging its investment, the CIA acted on the supposition that its blandishments would be refused if offered openly. What kind of freedom can be advanced by such deception? Freedom of any kind certainly wasn't on the agenda in the Soviet Union, where those boomers and intellectuals who were not sent to the gulags were lassoed into serving the interests of the state. It was of course right to oppose such unfreedom. But with what means? Was there any real justification for assuming that the principles of Western democracy couldn't be revived in post-war Europe according to some internal mechanism? Or for not assuming that democracy could be more complex than was LMPHED by the lauding of American liberalism? To what degree was it admissible for another state to covertly intervene in the fundamental processes of organic intellectual growth, of free debate and the uninhibited flow of ideas? Did this not risk producing, instead of freedom, a kind of freedom, where people think they are acting freely, when in fact they are bound to forces over which they have no control? The CIA's engagement in cultural warfare raises other troubling questions. Did financial aid distort the process by which intellectuals and their ideas were advanced?
Dude, really? Fuck off! I'm trying to do shit here! What the fuck? Jesus. I'm trying to read something. It's important. It's about how the American populace, you know, in general has been manipulated. It's okay. Fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna restart this.
Were people selected for their positions, rather than on the basis of intellectual merit? What did Arthur Koestler mean when he lampooned the international academic call-girl circuit of intellectual conferences and symposia? Were reputations secured or enhanced by membership of the CIA's cultural consortium? How many of those writers and thinkers who acquired an international audience for their ideas were really second-raters, ephemeral publicists, whose works were doomed to the basements of second-hand bookstores? In 1966, a series of articles appeared in the New York.
Let's just restart this.
York Times exposing a wide range of covert action. Clearly, by camouflaging its investment, the CIA acted on the supposition that its blandishments would be refused if offered openly. What kind of freedom can be advanced by such deception? Freedom of any kind certainly wasn't on the agenda in the Soviet Union, where those boomers and intellectuals who were not sent to the gulags were lassoed into serving the interests of the state. It was of course right to oppose such unfreedom. But with what means? Was there any real justification for assuming that the principles of Western democracy couldn't be revived in post-war Europe according to some internal mechanism? Or for not assuming that democracy could be...
This is what... But with what means? Was there really any real justification for assuming that the principles of Western democracy couldn't be revived in post-war Europe according to some internal mechanism? So instead of using, like, CIA deception, could it not been actual, like, government reform within those governments? Oh wait, no, I misread that. Was there any real... Because I was thinking that through, that doesn't really make sense. Was there any real justification that assuming that the principles of Western democracy... Was there any real justification for assuming... Okay, no, wait, maybe I did read it right? That the principles of Western democracy could be revived post-war Europe according to some internal mechanism? Or if we're not assuming that democracy could be the uninhibited flow of ideas, did this not risk producing, instead of freedom, a kind of your freedom? For people who think they act freely, in fact, are bound to the forces which have no control, right? It's like using manipulation to stop one authoritarian regime to create another through societal structure, right? Through mass manipulation. I don't give a shit about any of this. Yeah, let's get out of here. That makes sense now with what I was trying to understand and read, like what they were trying to say.
More complex than was LMPHED by the lauding of American liberalism. To what degree was it admissible for another state to covertly intervene in the fundamental processes of organic intellectual growth, of free debate and the uninhibited flow of ideas? Did this not risk producing, instead of freedom, a kind of freedom, where people think they are acting freely, when in fact they are bound to forces over which they have no control?
Yes, this did create this.
The CIA's engagement in cultural warfare raises other troubling questions. Did financial aid distort the process by which intellectuals and their ideas were advanced? Were people selected for their positions, rather than on the...
Okay, there's been heat over here, okay? This makes fucking fire. It's too much for me to handle. Let me go to sleep real quick, because I don't want to die. I want to actually read this. The CIA's engagement in cultural warfare raises other troubling questions. Did the financial aid distort the process by which intellectuals and their ideas were advanced? Yes. Were people selected for their positions rather than on the basis of cultural consortism? I don't know what that means. How many of those writers and thinkers who acquired an international audience for their ideas were really second-rate informal publicists whose works were doomed to the basements of second-hand bookstores? In 1966, a series of articles appeared in the New York Times exposing a wide range of covert actions undertaken by the American intelligence community. Okay, let's get this going again.
Basis of intellectual merit.
Oh!
What did Arthur Koestler mean when he lampooned the international academic call-girl circuit of intellectual conferences and symposia? Were reputations secured or enhanced by membership of the CIA's cultural consortium? How many of those writers and thinkers who acquired an international audience for their ideas were really second-raters, ephemeral publicists, whose works were doomed to the basements of second-hand bookstores?
Oh, by the way, roasted.
In 1966, a series of articles appeared in the New York Times exposing a wide range of covert action undertaken by America's intelligence community. As stones of attempted coups and, mostly botched, political assassinations poured onto the front pages, the CIA came to be characterized as a rogue elephant, crashing through the scrubland of international politics, unimpeded by any sense of accountability. Amidst these more dramatic cloak and dagger exposes came detats of how the American government had looked to the cultural Brahmins of the West to lend intellectual weight to its actions. 6. Who paid the piper? The suggestion that many intellectuals had been animated by the dictates of American policymakers rather than by independent standards of their own generated widespread disgust. The moral authority enjoyed by the intelligentsia during the height of the Cold War was now seriously undermined and frequently mocked. The consensocracy was falling apart, the center could not hold. And as it disintegrated, so the story itself became fragmented, partial, modified, sometimes egregiously, by forces on the right and left who wished to twist its peculiar truths to their own ends. Ironically, the circumstances which made possible the revelations contributed to their real significance becoming obscured. As America's obsessive anti-communist campaign in Vietnam brought her to the brink of social collapse, and with subsequent scandals on the scale of the Pentagon Papers and Watergate, it was hard to sustain interest or outrage in the business of Kulturkampf, which in comparison seemed to be fluff on the side. History, wrote Archibald MacLeish, is like a badly constructed concert hall, with dead spots where the music can't be heard. 7. This book attempts to record those dead spots. It seeks a different acoustic, a tune other than that played by the official virtuosi of the period. It is a secret history, insofar as it believes in the relevance of the power of personal relationships, of soft linkages and collusions, and the significance of salon diplomacy and boudoir politicking. It challenges what Gore Vidal has described as those official fictions that have been agreed upon by altogether too many too interested parties, each with his own 1,000 days in which to set up his own misleading pyramids and obelisks that purport to tell sun time. Any history which sets out to interrogate these agreed-upon facts must, in Tsvetan Todorov's words, become an act of profanity. It is not about contributing to the cult of heroes and saints. It's about coming as close as possible to the truth. It participates in what Max Weber called the disenchantment of the world. It exists at the other end of the spectrum from idolatry. It's about redeeming the truth for truth's sake, not retrieving images that are deemed useful for the present. 8. E. 1. IL if Phi. F. H. C. 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 T.
Beautiful ending. Anyways, yeah. Okay, I think that's probably all the reading we're gonna do tonight. I gotta do some responses on that. I'm probably gonna do like one more pass through of like my tools getting like low, and then I'm probably gonna stop for tonight because I gotta write some responses still. What the fuck was that? Am I just imagining things? Jesus. Jesus, Luna, hey. Okay, anyways, let me get like a YouTube video up. There we are. Maintenance. It is like probably like midnight right now, right? 12:24. Why was it disconnected? It's bullshit.
Kim Jong-un loves Squid Game. Okay, that's not quite true, but you're still watching this video, and it is kind of right, because a North Korean propaganda outlet has spoken out in favor of the series. For those of you who don't know, the series sees those stricken by insurmountable debt competing for $38 million through a series of deadly games. The North Koreans apparently see this as a damning indictment of their neighbors to the south, with the outlet remarking, Squid Game makes people realize the sad reality of the beastly South Korean society, in which human beings are driven to extreme competition and their humanity is wiped out. The North Koreans also commented on Parasite last year, saying that it starkly exposed the gap between rich and poor in South Korea. Though, with the current poverty stats out of North Korea, I'm not sure they really have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, exactly. It's... that's fucked up. These Facebook Ray-Bans.
Facebook stories, Ray-Ban glasses. A Facebook whistleblower is testifying for a Senate committee. I'm currently reading An Ugly Truth, an expose about Facebook and all their crappy practices over the past decade, and look what's here. Do you want a camera on your face from one of the most data-hungry and malicious companies in the world, or at least negligent? I don't, but it comes in a big box. Boom! Cool. Ray-Ban Stories integrates Facebook technology with iconic Ray-Ban eyewear to bring you the new way to capture, share, and listen. Cool. Wow. And now the actual product box that consumers will get. Ugh. So much waste in the world, you know? These magnets here.
Yeah.
Just for no reason. A cylindrical prism.
Thrown away.
Wayfarer Ray-Ban Stories. There's actually two styles. I kind of prefer the other type, which is the more like club round looking ones. I actually own those sunglasses. I would have liked to have those, but Wayfarers are safe. They look good on everybody. These look good on me too, but you know, it's riskier to get the rounds, so Ray-Ban Facebook. A normal looking case. Download the Facebook View app. There's a new Facebook app that wants to live on your phone.
Oh, good.
And a charging cable. USB-C to Shining C. And it's about 2.5 feet long. Oh, cool. I didn't know it came with... Oh, I thought this was a string for the glasses so we can wear them boating or something. It's actually just a little soft bag. But you know what I always say, on your face or in the case. This was not going to save you from sitting on them. And then there is a little warranty bag. Whoop. See you later. Oh wait, one more thing. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Sunglasses Wearable Galaxy. Now, the glasses themselves. This case is a little heavier than normal. There's a light on it. Hold on. It was just glowing amber. Yeah, it's a charge case. Cool. It's got this kind of foamy... This is not Alcantara. This is like a foamy kind of innard padding. And there's the glasses. And you can see they sit in here, and it's actually a magnetic charging case. There's some contacts right there. And that is so cool that these just go into a normal seeming case, and you can't screw that up. They just kind of have to be on the charger when they're in there. This is a little bulky USB-C charger on the back. They are quite low profile. Yes, these arms are thicker than normal, but they don't look obviously fat. Like, these look pretty good. These are light. I will say that I believe these are $300, and which is what, double the price of Wayfarers, and they don't feel or look as nice as a regular pair of sunglasses. There's no metal on here. They're all plastic. They kind of look like what you get in a case of beer. There's no ability to articulate the nose piece. And I mean, not all sunglasses have that, but my Ray-Bans do. How you doing, Frank? I don't know why I always say that. It's from Empire of the Sun. Young Christian Bale says it. The cameras on the front, you can see them there. They're on either side. I think the ones on the Snap spectacles are larger and are like very obvious. These are kind of in that uncanny valley
we're having
where
trouble out here
they're
right
so
now.
small that you might not notice them, but not small enough that no one will notice them, which kind of puts you in the whole like, I've been talking to you for 10 minutes, and now I notice that you have cameras on your glasses, and now I'm creeped out. So, don't know about that. Now, they do have a light that accompanies any photo or video that you take. It's a white light. We'll see that in a moment.
Like
we'll see if that is sufficient to not creep people out. I'm also seeing a little hold or toggle here. There's a switch.
Oh, my back.
Showing red right now like it's maybe off. That's got to be the power, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
but why don't I
maybe
start by opening up the
universe
app?
telling me no.
I think you can get these without any tint. Yeah, just the clear frames. I don't know what the point of that would be. Let's get your glasses paired and up to date so you can capture moments, listen to
Look like
media,
intellectual.
and use these as headphones, and share memories with those who matter most. Like the people on my Facebook are the ones who matter most. There's a lot of people on there who are just, honestly, I didn't know they were on there until it was their birthday, and now I have to delete them. Start by turning on your glasses. Slide and hold the power switch toward the lens until the notification LED starts. I want that green light to blink. Alright, blinking blue. RD Ray-Ban stories. There they are. Connecting. Allow access to your contacts and call history. I mean, Facebook probably already has all this. But no! Imagine this just goes like new guy on me, and suddenly I have this awesome HUD. But no. Despite Facebook owning Oculus, these are not AR glasses. I'm not gonna have any cool overlays. And I feel like I should disclose that that's what I want. Maybe if I think about this long enough and I get scared enough, I won't want this, but
hey, you guys
generally speaking, I want there to be a brain-machine interface future where we just are integrated with machines, and I think that wearables with AR are a stepping stone to that. These are not that. I want them to be, but they're not. These are just a way for me to like just make more Facebook stories. So Facebook needs location access to connect your glasses, temporary Wi-Fi network to large file transfers.
Yes.
This is used to import captures and update your glasses. It needs it, damn it. Look at this. Capture the moment hands-free. Use Facebook Assistant to take photos and videos with your voice. Hey Facebook, take a video. Oh, I have to set it up. It's not gonna do that. Okay, so you don't need to use the voice. You could just go like this. I don't know what it's doing, but it went doo-doo-doo. I don't know if you guys can't hear this, but I'm getting all sorts of little like doo-doops. I'm gonna use the Hey Facebook thing because I have a hunch that the person that this product is actually for is a hands-free person, because I'm guessing that the video and picture quality is gonna be worse than your phone. And so this is really about not having to take out your phone, and I'm probably riding my bicycle or something like that. I think I'm gonna want the voice. Press and hold to take a photo. The white notification LED will blink and make a sound during the capture. But first, thanks to Vessi Footwear for sponsoring this video. Vessi shoes are known for being lightweight, easy to pack, comfortable, and most importantly, waterproof. Designed to keep you moving, Vessi just released their everyday move shoes. And I gotta say, these are the best looking Vessis I've seen, and they're my second pair. Pretty cool. With enhanced breathability and added support, this style is perfect for the adventurous or those looking for a sportier look. Featuring a pull tab to take them off and put them on with ease, vegan suede lace cages, extra midsole cushioning, and the same waterproof Dymatex technology, you'll want to wear them everywhere. So get $25 off and keep your feet dry this winter by using our code SHORTCIRCUIT at vessi.com/shortcircuit. Okay, it did it. The sounds are awesome. Record a video is actually just the single press, not the hold. And it will record a... Oh, what the hell? Elon Musk is talking to me. This isn't a joke. I was listening to an interview with Kara Swisher and Elon Musk and on my way in here, and it just started playing. So bizarre. I wonder why it did that. Did I hit the touchpad? Oh, I did. Play and pause. Now, is this bone conduction or... No, there's actually speakers. They're right here. You see that? It's pretty clear, and it's cool that there's nothing in my ears at all. And especially if I'm riding a bike or on a skateboard or something like that, I can hear everything around me. So, good use case for that. We'll try music in a bit. Tap once to play audio, double tap to skip forward, triple tap to go back. That's very nice. I wonder if I can swipe for volume. That would be cool. Adjust volume. Swipe forward, turn up the volume, back to turn it down. Yes! This light will go orange when the battery is low. Now, what the heck was I doing? I'm just trying to take a picture or a video. So it does a single tone, like beep, but I have no idea. Okay, the light up here, I do have an idea. This light on the inside is on. Okay, so is it gonna just only do 30 seconds, no more, no less? Can I stop it? I can stop it. Now Quentin Tarantino is talking to me. God, all these deplorables. Okay, so let me do a test here. I have paused the podcast. Now I'm gonna try to record a video, and when I stop that video, I don't want the podcast to be playing. I want to know if just by hitting record button, I'm easily inadvertently playing the podcast. It's recording. Stop recording. No podcast. We did it. I was being very careful. This button kind of sucks. It's not very tactile. It's kind of mushy, and it's easy to feel like I'm only rocking the side of it, not the whole thing. I will say that the internal light, the notification LED, is really outside of your vision. You kind of have to look up to see it, which is pretty cool. It's not like, it's not annoying. You have to glance at it. Hey, Facebook. Boo-wee. Hey, Facebook. Take a photo. Cool, and I could see the internal LED blink a bit when it's about to take that. That's kind of cool. It takes a few seconds, and I wonder if that's for a creep factor, or maybe it's a limitation of the technology. But it seems like it would be hard to like capture a quick shot of someone's pee at the urinal or something like that. It does take. Okay, let's say your pee-pee's over here, and I'm like, that's about as fast as I can do it.
Ah, there was a bug that time. Get the fuck out of here! Shit! Shit! Fucker! Where are you? I'm gonna stomp you.
Pretty quick. But let's see in our app if there's like a lot of motion blur or something. Maybe that didn't work at all. Facebook view, import new capture form, background location. Allow all the time. I am not digging the location requirements of this product, man. Oh, I guess I had 13 images on the device, and now I'm downloading it. I'm importing them. So you can do that.
We're done.
You can do that if you don't want to share a location. Like, why do they even have to get imported into this? The Snapchat, the spectacles from Snap, I believe you just take a capture and it goes directly to your account. Like, you can share it from the glasses. Isn't that what a power user wants to do? Isn't that who is gonna buy this? Why wouldn't I be able to just share this directly to Instagram or Facebook? That doesn't make any sense. Now let's see the quality of what we've captured. Okay, the app crashed. Let's try it again. And crashed again.
Fuck off!
I also can't tell from this interface which of these are photos and which of these are videos.
Who wants one?
Okay.
Who wants
Look,
one?
It looks like it's importing again. I'm hearing a bunch of noises in here too. Now I can see timestamps on the videos. Okay, they're all done. It appears that my pervert test went well, and it was easy to take photos with no motion blur. Now, what about videos? It was already recording. The photo is in here. It looks like, I don't know, a photo from like a Pixel 2 or something. I can adjust. The Brightney SS, the Sharpen, the Saturatio N, and the Warmth. I can enhance. Wow. Actually did a pretty good job enhancing that. It's way warmer. And I can crop. If I were trying to export this directly to a story on Facebook or Instagram, you'd think that it was going to be portrait. I can save this to my phone, and I can share. Look, what happens if I go to Facebook? Your story. Yeah, so basically it treats it like any other content when I'm sharing it to Facebook. It doesn't really seem to know that this content came from their own product. It's really anyone could have made this, it seems. Shall we make a phone call then? Hi, Dennis. I'm just calling you using my Facebook sunglasses. You want them? Why do you want them? To creep around. Okay, wow. You know what? I think I feel you. I'm into it too. I'm gonna take these home this weekend. You sound really good. I'm very clean. I sound good? You sound pretty good too. Calls are pretty good. I think the only last thing I want to try is...
Oh wait, that's actually a part.
It's best shot possible. I'm gonna listen to some mastered tracks from Tidal. Tidal Hi-Fi. Is it coming out of my phone? Yeah, it's coming out of my phone. Why? What about this? Okay, this podcast is coming through here, but Tidal wasn't. Why? Okay, let me try YouTube Music. That was coming out of the phone. I'm trying to get my mind around this. Well, what would it do with YouTube then? Phone. What if I use Spotify, which is everything? Check out They're Just Movies. That's coming through. That'll work with your Facebook glasses. So will our new James Bond review, I'm sure. But what happens if I play music through Spotify? It's in there. What is this? That sounded bad. I'm not here. No offense, Youngblood fans. I don't know, guys. Hit or miss. Call it's worked at least. Podcast seems to work. Is Spotify a podcast app and that's why it works? I don't understand them. Whoa! That is a brutal song. I'm sorry. But it's weird that I can control the music with the glasses, but the music's not coming through the glasses. Maybe this is a bug and it'll get worked out, but right now this is broke. You're meant to get 3 charges.
That's cool.
Yeah. 3 charges out of the charge case. They're meant to last like 6 hours, but I think if you use them quite a bit or do a long call, you're not going to get close to that. Overall, I think they kind of look cheap. They are not cheap, but at least they look like glasses. They don't look like Google Glass. They look like glasses, so they're good for that. They could be useful for select cases, like people who are maybe doing sports, biking, skateboarding, snowboarding. But for general people, I don't think you're gonna buy them, and I don't think you're meant to buy them. Honestly, I think
I'm not going
Facebook did this as an experiment to build the product they want to build in the future. Can we partner with an existing industrial design company? Can we scale up? Can we make an app for it? Like, they just wanted to get their feet wet, and they at the end of that they said, "Oh, we might as well sell the few 100,000 that we make." So good luck to you, Facebook. I hope your future products are cooler, and I also hope that they come from a business division that is broken up from your core business. Regulate Facebook, delete Facebook, kiss Zuckerberg for his philanthropy. That is all. Bye bye. Sub Short Circuit.
I think we're also gonna probably stop this here. I know I didn't like exactly just get down to absolute minimum on the pickaxe, but I think that's fine. I'm kind of getting tired. I'll pick up these few little cobblestones. Oh, you gotta be actually shitting me, you piece. And away we go. Ba, 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 ba. Thought I died. But Minecraft's like flashed before my eyes. Who? Bitch. How? Oh god. This place is not safe anymore. You should stay here. Oh, my back! Oh my fuck! By the way. By the way, alright. Oh god. Fuck. We did it. We got through week 4. We had 2 weeks to catch up on, but we got through week 4. Still. It was 3 weeks to catch up on, so we're getting there. We're doing it. That was beautiful. Anyways, thanks for watching. If you like what you saw, comment, like, subscribe. It's like a stream. Follow. Use your Twitch Prime. Donate. Patreon. OnlyFans. What's some really ridiculous ones I can go to? Like what links can I go to? Check out my Fiverr, my TaskRabbit, my LinkedIn.